All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. When speaking, please speak directly into a microphone to ensure everyone listening is able to hear your comments and to ensure a clear record is made. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak, so the public that is observing knows who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and is current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. The public is allowed to participate by Zoom or submit comments by email prior to the meeting, and those comments will be included in the record of this meeting. The public may also indicate their intent to provide remote public comment by contacting the clerk's office by noon on the day of the meeting. The public also will have an opportunity to provide brief comments either via telephone or Zoom from the fifth floor conference room of the municipal office building. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak so the public that is observing knows who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and is current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. If public comments are allowed on an agenda item, comments should be limited to the topic of that item. Disruptive comments and behavior are not permitted and may result in removal from the meeting. I will now call this meeting of the Economic Development and Finance Standing Committee for June 2nd, 2025 to order, and I'll ask the clerk to please call roll.
Roll call. Wakes.
Here.
Lopez.
Here.
Burns.
Here.
Stites. Townsend.
Here.
Burrows.
Here. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Welcome, Mr. Wakes, our BPU representative to the commission. I'll ask the clerk if there are any revisions to tonight's agenda.
There are no revisions.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have no minutes to approve, so we will move right into our committee agenda. The first item up is a presentation of the 2025 quarter one investment report. This first item on our agenda is a summary of the investment report, going over the investment portfolio for the period of January 1st, 2025 to March 31st, 2025. And I'll recognize Michelle Wooten from our Treasury Department for the presentation and remarks. Ms. Wooten.
Good afternoon. Michelle Wooten, Deputy Treasurer, Cash Manager. I would also like to introduce with me here today, to my left, I have CFO Shelley Knieven, Deputy CFO Debbie Johnsher, and to my right, I have Treasurer Andrew Vineyard. Again, we're here to present the quarterly investment report for first quarter of 2025. This is for information only. For first quarter, our average yield was 3.07%, and our days to maturity were 116 days. This is up from 100 for quarter four of 2024. Our portfolio consists of cash at 67%, invested at 33%. A few key metrics that we want to highlight here is that average yield of 3.07% is up from 3.02% in quarter four for 2024, below our target T-bill benchmark of 4.04%. And our total interest earned in quarter one of 25 was $2 million. As you can see, our total benchmarks limits relating to maturity is no. Our limits relating exceeded the cash and investment policies for the 0 to 12-month category. As we brought in quarter four, taking a look at removing the overnight repos, cash of $254 million, that brings the benchmark down to around 66%. 0 to 12 months should be between 30 to 60%. However, the investments for 3-year and 4-year consist of those of 2021 and 2022, which is carrying us out more of that benchmark. Those are the maturing here in the latter part of the year, so that should bring it down some more. And as we look into the cash investment policy and looking at removing the overnight cash, that'll also put us closer to our target benchmark of being within the maturity limits. The type of securities in our investment portfolio, of the securities, 383 million, 70 million or 18% are CDs, which are fully collateralized per the investment policy and state statute. 59 million or 15% are in US agency securities. For first quarter 2025, we did have 2 CDs mature there. You'll see they're on 3/22, actually on 3/20/2022 or 2025. And that is the end of that report. Any questions?
Committee questions? Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, what was that maturity that you just, I just missed that one? On the CDs that matured, what were they at?
They were at UMB,
Right,
5 million each.
5 million, okay.
Mhm.
Commissioner Burns.
Yes. I know Mr. Peterson is in the audience. Are you here representing, I know you represent a lot of financial institutions. Are you here representing any of these listed? Oh, okay, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Anyone else? Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you for the presentation. You may have stated this already. I'm going back to your target benchmarks on page 3. The only one it seemed like it didn't hit was limits relating to maturity. Could you explain again what the no benchmark, why didn't it meet the benchmark, what that is about?
Yes, Michelle Wooten, Deputy Treasurer. The limits relating to the overnight cash is also included with our investments. So it makes, when we put in our target of being within 30 to 60%, the overnight cash is taking us out of that.
Let's start there. What do you mean when you're talking about overnight cash?
So our liquid funds, so the cash available.
Shelley can even, CFO, it would be our operating funds that are cash. And in order to protect those, because the FDIC only insures up to 250,000, what organizations like ours do is we do an overnight investment every night. And that's how we earn interest, but it's also how we protect our funds. And so one of the discussion items we've had with the committee is that currently we're including all of our cash funds in some of the benchmarks that look at liquidity, but also look at how long until maturity. Obviously, they're literally mature every single day. So it kind of skews those benchmarks. When I've reread the policy, I really don't think that the original policy should have included cash in those calculations. And we've looked at changing that, but it has been for a long time. So we've been looking at that and talking about that, but it would be a policy clarification. It's not even a change, but a clarification that we would bring forward. And then an additional item that's not actually illustrated here, but looking at, we've got 2 of our investments that are our lowest returns. They were 4-year investments we did back in 22, and they're coming due in June this month, June 20th and June 30th. And those 2 were at 2.8 and 2.82. So you won't see that on here because they're combined. They're in some totals of some categories. But when you look at the individual breakdowns of the, there's an agency and a U.S. Treasury, we'll have an opportunity. So when we bring our next quarterly report, we will have taken bids on, that's a total of about $15 million. So we will take in bids and then looking at what's the best investment return, but we expect it will be better than 2.8 because what we've been seeing is closer to 4 right now. So we're glad that those are coming to an end and that right now there's a pretty good return. So we'll have a good report to share next.
Okay, well, thank you, both for the explanation related to the limits relating to maturity. So as I'm understanding it, to protect the cash we have, our investments, to the point where the banks will only, to the limit that they will protect them. We're taking these overnight, the excess out, and making investments.
So the bank actually does this for us.
Okay.
And we have an agreement with them that
Uh-huh.
governs how this is done,
Uh-huh.
but it's a nightly exercise. Every large organization does.
So the amount taken out is predicated on what the limit is to protect her.
It would be 100% of all of our balances get, basically, I would almost say it's almost on paper, but it gets reinvested overnight. So we've got 300 and Michelle said that.
83 million.
No, here, it's 254. So our cash is actually every single night, it's reinvested. Bank does this transfer for all of their big clients. And that's how, just how the money markets work. And then we earn interest on that because so it's a benefit to us, but it's also a protection. And that's how we are able to earn interest in those cash funds operating.
So why is there a check in the no column? What does that indicate we're not doing or should be doing differently, if that's what that means?
So what it is that the policy says that you want to only have a certain percentage of your portfolio that is mature within 12 months, right? And because our cash is our significant amount, it skews that because that's all mature. It's mature every So it skews the total. It's not really the limits related to maturity of what I would call truly invested funds, like in CDs and
Mhm.
treasuries. Because technically our cash is invested. It's just every night, but it's fully liquid funds. So it's kind of just distorts that picture a little. And we've talked about why, marking that no, it's true, but it's also a little misleading because it looks like we don't have our money invested like we should. And if you took the cash out of the picture, we would be closer to 66%, I think you said. And we shouldn't be over 60%. So it would also help us better manage that target if we weren't including cash in that calculation. And with it being at 66%, we might back down with those two investments I talked about coming due here in a few weeks. We might back those down a smidge, keep enough of our money at a proper, within the limits of the policy, not including cash.
Okay, so to get this check out of the no column, what would we need to do? Is that the change of a policy you're saying you may come back with?
What we want to do is clarify the policy. It's just, it's not written really clear. By practice, we have always included cash, so I would want to make it explicit so that we could document when there was a change in the way that we were doing the calculation, but note it so that it was purely transparent. But that's the way that we would do it. If we weren't including cash right now, we would still have it as no, though, because it's at 66% and we want to be at 60 within 12 months. So of our, what I would call truly invested funds. So we're slightly high. And these things start to matter when you're thinking about cash flow. You're thinking about your monthly bills, how much you need in
Okay.
cash. So you've got to manage how much you're investing. You want to invest as much as you can because it's free money, but you also want to make sure you have enough money to pay your bills. So that's why our policy governs a lot of it.
Okay. Well, you hit the nail on the head where I was going to go with the next question. So this check mark and the policy that you're describing our current situation does not negatively affect us with regard to credit rating or it's all an internal issue or matter for us. Thank you, ladies, for that clarification.
Commissioner Stites.
It's District 7. So the two that matured, the two at 5 million apiece. So are those reflective in our, I'm assuming that those now go back into the general fund? Is that correct? And if so, are they reflective in our budget, that we're working on now?
The investment, they were reinvested. And so when they mature, then we'll do bids and we reinvest them. So not to confuse cash flow with budget. So that's the whole art of all of this. We have so much in our operating account. We have to pay the UG's bills, but we also, being the tax collectors for all of the other taxing districts, have to disperse taxes. So we receive an abundance of money that then is remitted back out 5 times a year to the taxing district. So there's points in time that our balances are pretty high, but that's because a distribution is coming up. We, as the administrator of the taxes, all counties get to gain interest. And so that's part of what we're doing is we're balancing when do we have to make the distributions? When do we have our bills that we've got to pay? How much do we need in the bank, basically, to pay the bills?
So if there is a short, who makes that determination that says that we are going to reinvest this money versus it coming back into our operating? So we're using versus it being tied up in another CD for however long it's in.
So the CFO makes the decision to reinvest or not based on cash flow. But again, it's not funds that would be available for new budget.
Well, where would they go?
It's all the funds that are available to pay for the budget are these funds. There's primarily 2 things we do as a government. We pay our bills, right, our own bills,
Hopefully.
and we disperse to other taxing districts. So all of that money is combined, pooled together, and then we go through a process and look at how much do we need in cash in order to meet our obligations based on the budget that's been approved. And how much can we invest for a period of time? That's why we don't invest for very long. We're doing 6 months, 12 months, 24 months. And a few years ago, we did up to 4 years, but that's highly unlikely to do that again. But we don't invest it very long because we need that cash and we need it to be liquid so that we can pay our bills, so we can meet our budget obligations. So it doesn't really, think about it like if you've got your monthly budget for your home, and it's when your paychecks are coming in. Cash flow is paychecks, and your monthly budget is your monthly budget. You've already counted on those paychecks. You've already counted on that cash, which we have counted on this cash. And we even budget for interest earnings. If you look in the budget book and look at each one of the funds, you'll see investments. And so we go through and do an allocation of the investment earnings that Michelle just reported out on. And we distribute those to our county general fund, our city general fund, to all these funds get their pro rata share. So we've also counted on the interest earnings as revenue and then have budgeted it as an expense. If you think about our budgets, well, both the city and the county were almost completely exactly balanced. There's very few dollars left over. So in essence, what that means is we fully budgeted our money that we expect to receive for our bills. We fully expensed them in our budget. This is more of it's a cash management tool as to when monies come in and when they go out. Because it doesn't all go in and out equal amounts, 1/12, 1/12. So there's an art to it as to figuring out how much can we invest so we can get investment earnings. We want to get investment earnings. In fact, we count on them.
Any other questions? So first quarter performance was $2 million. If we just use that as an example, we can expect $8 million by the end of the year. We've got higher rates than what we've had in the past. The 66%, I agree with Commissioner Townsend's point of questions in reference to the amount of time. What do we need to do as far as policy? I know that I also believe that the policy allows us to ignore certain parameters, provided we get an interest rate that justifies us bypassing that ceiling that is mandated of us within the policy position we're in. So if we had the additional $8 million, that's not included in the budget. That's additional dollars that come through the investment of those dollars that are collected from all entities that are sending their money to us. So that's an additional, in this example, $8 million that could go to the general fund for budgeting purposes for next year, if we were to project it into the budget.
So yes and no. So in the budget, okay, in the actual budget document, we project what we're going to earn in investments. So you're $8 million. We expect we're going to have $8 million. When you all adopted a budget for 25, we had $8 million for example. We had that amount of money included in the budget as an incoming revenue. Property taxes, sales tax, investment earnings. These are all revenues. So we already kind of banked on, bet on the come of these investments based on our knowledge of what's happening in the market and when things are coming due, not having long lives to these things so that we can do a good job predicting it. I will say if you were to look back and the quarterly report would be a good place to look on the investments, that line item for revenue. We conservatively project that in the budget. It is true. So we try to predict it pretty low on purpose because we don't want to get in a position where you adopt a budget and we were overly optimistic. Things happen in the national economy we didn't know, couldn't predict, and then we don't hit that target. So we are very conservative at budget time, but up front, we do project that. And then each month we're looking at, okay, where are we hitting our projections or not? And we are actually exceeding them, which is good. But we're taking a conservative approach, but we've already counted on some of those based on what we expect to have happen. Some of that we know because these investments are very conservative, as you know. These are guaranteed returns on treasuries and CDs. So we know how much we're going to earn off of these. And so we can really project out what we don't know is when something comes due and we go out for another bid, what are those bids going to be like? So that's the kind of part that we're conservative on because we don't know how those might come. We always want to take the best rates, and we've been very fortunate. We've gone through a process more recently where now we'll do a bid and ask them for CDs or securities or treasuries, whatever's going to be the highest return. So we have them submit bids, and then we also have them submit it based on 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, 24 months. So we see all the variables there, which we hadn't done in the past. We were kind of just replacing what we had, but we're trying to take advantage of a pretty good market in the last few years when it comes to things like this.
Well, last year's report was very refreshing to see the amount of income we made last year. I just, if you're taking a very conservative approach, I'll kind of put it like where we were on our sales tax projections. It's all fluid, as we well know, and I'd rather be a little conservative than be overly optimistic. However, it does allow us an opportunity to have additional dollars at the end of the year to look at. But if there's no more questions from the committee, staff, thank you. I'll ask the clerk if there are any written comments received from the public.
No comments received.
Is there any hands raised by the public online who wish to speak?
No hands are raised.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak? You will be given up to 3 minutes. Let the record show no one stepped forward. Thank you, Madam Clerk. This committee, this was for information only, as was stated at the very beginning. Hopefully, we can look forward to additional dollars coming in from our investments that allow us going into the budget year. It's good news to see that we're seeing an income return on our investments, people's money. Thank you, ladies. Committee, we have 4 items coming up next, and I believe every one of them are action items. So we'll wait for the new conferees to get seated and we'll get started. Okay. Well, welcome. The next item on our agenda this evening is the Fourth Amendment to a development agreement to the Homefield project. And we will be discussing the adopting the Fourth Amendment to the assignment assumption and second amended and restated development agreement for home field project. I know that was a mouthful to say, but we'll have an opportunity to discuss those and find out just exactly what is meant by that statement. I'll recognize Chelsea Chisholm, our Economic Development Director, for presentation and remarks. Ms. Chisholm.
Thank you, Chairman Burrows, members of the committee. Chelsea Chisholm, Economic Development Director. So with me tonight, we have Tala Sala, the city's outside counsel. We also have Mr. Napper here. He's one of the members of the development team, and then his legal representation, Mr. Peterson. So initially, to start off this item, we were going to have developer and his representation walk through their presentation. Then we can kind of discuss the Fourth Amendment and everything that entails, and stand for any questions.
Do I have the floor? Yeah. Good evening, and thank you all very much for your time this evening. We're thrilled to be here. Through this presentation, please pardon my ineptitude with the slide presentation, but I will do my best.
Sir, could you state your name?
I'm sorry. My name is Richard Napper on behalf of Homefield, 9250 State Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas. Again, thank you for the time this evening. Tonight, while we're here, this is really a night that has been 3 years in the making. About 3 years ago, we closed on a large star bond funding to start a new chapter at the former Schlitterbahn Water Park. And I'll get into more detail on this in the coming slides, but in 2022, when those bonds floated, we came up grossly shy of the amount of star bonds that we were approved for in the current development agreement. The market conditions were very difficult. And so we knew that we would not hit that mark that we needed to hit, and knew that at some point, and in the conditions precedent would be hit, and they've been hit or will be hit momentarily, that we'd be back in front of this committee asking for approval to move to fund up to our approved amount and to update budgets and to show everybody what we'd be doing moving forward. So this, for us at Homefield, this is an exciting evening, 3 years plus or minus in the making. We are not here tonight requesting additional star bonds. We're not asking for more money. We're not asking for massive changes to the current development agreement. In my mind, this is really more of an, like I said, an update of present day from the development agreement that was agreed upon in late 21 and early 22 as we went into the star bond offering. There's nothing earth shattering that we're requesting to change. Like I said, this is really an update on budgets and uses. And when you have a project that is, nearly 400 acres and as built out could be approaching $1 billion, and over a 3-year period, a few things changed, particularly given the economic environment we've been in the past 3 years. Some things changed, so we thought it prudent to update everybody, ask for approval to move forward, and really complete the obligations under our current development agreement. So to understand where we are today, I think it's worthwhile to look back at where we were. And in my mind, this project and our development agreement is a bit like a good book, a good story. And today we're about 75% through that book. And I want to give you the cliff notes of where we were, and then again, project where we're going. So at the time we were going to build all the assets you've seen at Homefield, we were originally slated to go to a bond offering in December of 21. It didn't happen. We got delayed. No one's fault. No finger pointing. This is a massive project with 1 million moving pieces. We were delayed until May of 22. When you look at the underwriting that took place in December of 21, the tax we had in hand could have easily funded our approved amount of $150 million in star bonds. By the time we got to the issuance in May of 22, interest rates had nearly doubled. And we know inflation was rampant. We know there was fear in the economic markets. There were things that had not been witnessed maybe from the 70s. And there's probably people in this room that may not have been born the last time we saw that type of inflation or interest rates. So it was an interesting time. And as every month went by, we kept with the underwriter and with city staff. And we saw the amount of bonds go down and down and down and down. And the STAR bond budget for what we wanted to do in this initial phase was revised to $130 million. And at the issuance date, we thought, we're pretty safe at 130. And we go out to the issuance in early May and the bonds don't sell. And we're on day 3. Usually bonds sell in 3 hours and we're on day 3 and they're not all sold. And so we found a bond buyer that would take all the bonds that were outstanding. And we ended up netting a little bit short of 117 million. So we're 13 million short of where we thought we'd be. And we're 33 million short of what was originally underwritten and what's been approved in the development agreement. And so we move forward. And what was interesting in that environment is the bond buyer came back with a condition, and this ended up being a good chapter to our book at the end of the day, but the bond buyer came back and said, okay, you're going to net 116,694. We're going to hold back another $10 million. So we know you're already 13 million short. We're going to hold back another 10. And that had never been done before in a STAR bond funding, to hold back money based on performance. Those are typically bond buyer risks, the performance of the project, and they held back $10 million. So we're now bridging that 10 million. So you get to the happy chapter, August of 24, they took the measurement, we hit the measurement, we got the 10 million back. So when I tell you, and you'll hear a theme the rest of this evening, the book is a good story. The project is performing. And by evidence of the bond buyers holding back the 10 million and us hitting the metric to get the 10 million released, these bonds are performing. That's a good thing for everybody in this community and in this room. So since Homefield took over a very failed and challenged project, and we remember what it was, and that was a horrible book, a horrible story. A new page is turned, a positive page. Since they took over the project, there has been, from Homefield's investment or Homefield causing other investment in the project, $430 million in the project. That's a staggering number. Under contract today, or at a point where we feel very comfortable about it, there's another $220 million in economic development investment in this project. So those two together, we have $650 million since Homefield took over. That would be a staggering figure in a city like Dallas or Houston or Los Angeles, Atlanta, Phoenix. Pick your poison of a big, 24-hour type city. For a metropolitan area of 2.2 million people, in a span of 3 years, to have invested $430 million and have another 220 under contract, I cannot tell you how proud we are of what has been accomplished at this project, particularly in light of where the project was prior to Homefield's investment and involvement. So those are huge numbers. When you look at where this project was, and again, I've referenced the historic inflation and market uncertainty, and you look at two of the assets that we are delivering, and one of them we were charged to deliver under the development agreement, was the Margaritaville Resort Hotel and its outdoor components, Homefield Outdoor. And then you look at another component that's come about since then, the Atlas 9 Immersive Museum. I've been involved with a lot of difficult financings in my life. Trying to finance in market uncertainties a $180 million resort hotel and an immersive prototype museum, I'm not sure you could pick two more difficult things to finance, yet we've done it. And then it's It's ironic, you look at $180 million Margaritaville Ocean Beach themed hotel in the center of a very landlocked state. I can't tell you how many phone calls with lenders, investors, how many times I was hung up on. But we kept trying, we kept trying, we kept trying, and Margaritaville will open up within the next 12 days. We're in the final days of furnishing the resort, working with the permit people at Unified Government. There will be a very soft opening here in 10, 12 days and a very grand opening in August that, all the invitations will be going out. But when you look at that asset, it's tremendous. And I was in that facility the week before last with a media interview, and I had not been in it for a few weeks. And I cannot wait for everybody in this room and in this community to go through that resort hotel. There is nothing like this hotel for hundreds of miles. It is something to have great pride in what we've developed in this community. And the Atlas 9 Museum will open up in, we're guessing, late July to early August. And again, that's something that is, it's almost mind-blowing when you go in and you are in the middle of the immersive universe that they have created. So we had three major components to develop in the development agreement. The Margaritaville and the home field outdoor I've touched on. The home field showcase center, which is a 150,000 square foot state-of-the-art indoor youth complex, and home field baseball, which is a $35 million 8-field artificial turf lighted facility. The showcase center is open. Baseball facility is open. They've both been open for a year, and Margaritaville, as I said, will be open 10, 12 days. And along with those deals came a $4.7 million investment we made for BPU to bury some overhead power lines and to extend conduit for future growth in the area. So again, that was another $4.7 million invested. When I talked about the project and the good story and the good book and the progress, it's interesting for us. And it's, this thing here in my hand, which too many of us have in our pocket, we have in our belt, we have in our purse, we have in our briefcase, and most kids have glued to their hands way too often. It's a little bit of a necessary evil, but when you get to use it for something good, as we all know that as those phones ping wherever we are, our cell phone carriers get that data and they sell that data. And so this is a great story for us. And keep in mind that the home field baseball and home field showcase, they opened up in early first quarter 2024. We could not pre-commit or pre-lease youth sports tournaments because we did not know the exact dates we'd be open. So we were handicapped in 2024 because the last thing any of us want is go commit to a tournament and you're not open. All these kids arrive from across the country and there's nowhere to play. So we started late because of not knowing when we'd be open. But when you look at more or less the past 12 months, the home field showcase center has had nearly 400,000 visitors. The home field baseball complex has had almost 500,000 visitors. And when you drill into the data, and again, this is where we see the benefits of this Star Bond district and us bringing people in from out of state and from around the country. We know that 27% of the people that came to the showcase center were at a hotel or a casino beforehand, and 19% went to food establishments afterwards. There are other places we know they went, but I picked the two highest percentages for demonstration purposes only. When you look at baseball, we know that 23% of the visitors came from hotels and casinos before, and 22% went to food establishments afterwards. So the Star Bond District is designed to bring people into Wyandotte County, into the state of Kansas, and to get them to spend their money in this community, whether it be at our facility or surrounding facilities. And we know that when people, 900,000 people, I wager you more people came through our doors the past 12 months than went to Arrowhead Stadium. When you look, they've come in town, they've spent their money. They're doing what was envisioned under this development agreement and what Star Bonds are for. Our development agreement calls out an investment in an economic development activity, I'm going to call it in or around downtown. And that's laid out in the development agreement. And part of what we're asking for is to tie that, I believe it's 4,350,000 economic development investment to really, I'm not going to say the conclusion of our development agreement, but the full funding of the $150 million STAR bonds. And the math for the 4,350,000 was based on the $150 million of STAR bonds. And we would hope after this evening and through a hearing with the Board of County Commissioners that we'd be able to go to the next STAR bond offering and get to our $150 million mark and deliver the rest of the product that we have lined up. But in addition to the economic development investment that's called out in the development agreement, Homefield, I think, has been a really good partner in a public-private partnership. They have been very involved in the community, and I won't, for the sake of time, I won't read every single one of these items, but they're in your packet. But this is a list of community involvement that Homefield has done. That, again, this is not mandated in our development agreement. These are things that our operations people have taken upon themselves to be involved in the community. And one that is not on there, and it's probably my fault for the way the type print went, but I think we all remember back to last November when there was a fire at Arrowhead Middle School, and those kids had nowhere to go. Homefield stepped up, and those kids came and had class, and they had lunch at the Homefield facility until they were able to get back into their school. I went out there that day, and I watched the buses arrive, and I watched the kids walk into their temporary classroom, grinning from ear to ear, and I spoke to the teachers and administrators. And it was, again, a great community effort to have an ability for those children and those teachers to be housed in the Homefield building while their school was not habitable. So my point is there is a large economic development investment that Homefield is and will make. And in fact, we are proposing to escrow those funds at the next STAR bond offering in an account, so you know the 4,350,000 is there. The money will be there. But on top of that, the Homefield operations team and ownership team has been very involved in the community and will further. Furthermore, one of our Homefield owners has his business domiciled in Wyandotte County and has for, I think it's north of 25 years, and he's also one of the owners of Sporting KC. So he has an extensive involvement in Wyandotte County. I'm going to run through some pictures for those of us who have not maybe been in the facilities. I'm going to run through some of the current product and some of the other projects we have under contract that we'll be delivering in the near term, and then briefly hit on these updates or changes we've been requesting to the development agreement. But again, I want to reemphasize, we're not here asking for the STAR bond amount to be increased. We're not asking for what I would view any substantive massive changes to this development agreement. So for those of you who have not been in the facility, this is the Homefield Showcase Center. This is 150,000 square feet under roof, state of the art, everything you can think of. This has been very busy with basketball and with volleyball of all leagues and levels. A view of it from the outside. This is the Homefield baseball facility. 8 artificial turf, lighted baseball fields. This has brought in kids from all around the country. Showcase, Margaritaville Resort Hotel. $180 million opening in just a matter of days. As I said before, there is nothing like this anywhere near here. Rendering of what the pool area looks like. And I was actually walking around the pool area 10 days ago, and it's not that far off. It's pretty amazing. Atlas 9, immersive museum. This is, again, a trend across the country for this experiential. Atlas 9 will open up, as I said, we're looking for July. Millhouse Apartments, Class A, very high rents, open, last I heard, 93% occupied, rents that would rival really any garden apartment in the entire metropolitan area. View of their clubhouse. Fairfield Inn, opened up by Freddy's by the entrance to US Soccer. Camping World, largest RV dealer in the country. K1 Speed, they're under contract. They've been fully approved through planning. They will be next to Atlas 9, more or less right at the entrance of 98th and State Avenue. If you've not been to K1 Speed, there's a location on the Missouri side in Lee Summit. We lured their second location to our project. This is indoor electric go-karts. You wear a helmet, your neck snaps back. You are belted into these things. And as you're driving on the track, there are monitors showing your speed, showing how far you are ahead of your competition. It is absolutely amazing. A view of the inside, and they'll start construction, we're hoping, within the next 4 weeks. They desperately want to be open by World Cup summer of next year. Hyundai. When's the last time you heard that a new auto dealer is being built anywhere in this country? I think most places they're doing the exact opposite. Brand new Hyundai dealership is under construction right now in the Auto Mall. Home 2 Suites, under contract, fully approved through planning. They should be under construction this summer. They'd be right next to the Fairfield Inn and Suites. That's a north of a $20 million investment. Vici, they are our partner in the Margaritaville Resort. When you look at stability for a project of this type, you want big partners. They're a $34 billion public real estate company. And to have them make an investment in Wyandotte County in the state of Kansas with home field, it was a tremendous investment on their part. And we couldn't be happier that they're our partner. So those are some images and pictures of the project. The updates, the modifications that we are seeking in the development agreement, as I said before, it's really bringing the development agreement to 2025 from 2021, 2022 era. And one of the updates is really to update the budget. The budgets that are in the development agreement, they're attached to the development agreement. They were created in 2021, 2022. They're hundreds of millions of dollars, and it is only prudent to update those to what the actual cost was. And so we want to update those budgets, and we want to forecast how additional STAR bonds would be spent. We would do the same exercise with any partner, any lender. So it's really updating the budgets. Secondly, the development agreement speaks of a new Jeep dealership. At one point, Jeep was going to move out of Chrysler, move across the street. They're staying in the Chrysler dealership. Hyundai is going where Jeep was. Again, that's a modification to make to the development agreement. It's Hyundai going across the street, and they're under construction today. Public-private ratio. When we get above a certain threshold at 70-30, we are requesting it be 62-50 and 37-50. Statute is 50-50. So we're still mountains above the statutory requirement of 50-50. It's 67-30. I mean, 62-50 and 37-50 versus 70-30. And honestly, the reason we're requesting that is really timing. When this project's fully built out, I have no concerns of the 70-30, but the public-private ratio is measured every month. And it's sometimes challenging to balance certain projects are delayed, certain are not delayed, and having just a few extra points on public-private would give us a little bit of latitude. But again, we're still way above the statutory 50-50 STAR bond requirement. We have requested a property tax pilot for the museum. We're not requesting an abatement. We're not requesting a concession. We're requesting to know with certainty what the property taxes are for the next 10 years. And I hope you can appreciate that a museum is not an easy thing to finance today or finance in the future. And to have a definable property tax in the era when taxes and insurance seem to be bouncing around everywhere, to have that defined amount would be extremely helpful. And again, it's a unique property. And the closest thing that we could work up or come up with comps with staff, the whole story of Atlas 9 is it's a movie theater that was morphed. And I'm not going to spoil the experience. I'll let you all go into it yourself. But we looked at, okay, there is an auditorium in there, and there are auditorium showcases in rooms. And so we looked at, honestly, the movie theater across the street in the Legends and comped property taxes off that auditorium to our auditorium. So that's what we would be requesting for Atlas 9. The development agreement talks about deadlines for construction of Topgolf in a future arena. I cannot give you any certainty today as to what those dates would be. I'd love to be able to come back to you in the future and tell you what they are. But I can't give you certainty with where the economy is and where with Topgolf is being spun out of Callaway and where the arena is. It's impossible for me to give you dates on those today. And there's no star bonds being spent on those today anyway. There was in the development agreement, and I can't pinpoint those dates. Lastly, we are requesting in the development agreement, there is a conclusion for, I may butcher the wording, auto repair, is body shop. And this is one that I go back and forth, and I'm glad we're here talking about it. It's not a body shop. It is a cosmetic dent repair. The gentleman is going to build a 10,000 square foot building pursuant to design guidelines. He's going to have to go through planning commission, Board of County Commissioners with his design. The building does not have a paint booth. It doesn't have the big equipment that straightens out a bent frame. He doesn't have equipment that takes off doors and bolts back on doors. He doesn't have cars on blocks. He has a 10,000 square foot building with an office component and a component in the back where he takes cosmetic hail damage in cosmetic dents out of cars. His clientele is the Legends Auto Mall. It's Aristocrat Motors. It's other auto dealers inside the Kansas City metropolitan area. And he would like to be located inside of an auto mall. And we figured, given his clients are auto dealers and he's not a body shop, he looks like a retail building and he takes dents, cosmetic dents and hail damage out of cars. We wanted, with an abundance of caution, even though I'd argue he's not an auto body repair, but out of an abundance of caution, flagged this and said, we'd like to put this gentleman in an auto mall where his clients are, and he takes hail damage out of cars. So as I noted earlier, there has been $430 million invested or caused to be invested since Homefield took over the project, and another $220 million in the hopper. When you deal with these amounts over a course of 3 years, some things change, some things update. And that's really what we're here for again tonight. And we're trying to update the DA to speak to 2025 versus 2021, 2022. We've had a wonderful working relationship with the unified government of Wyandotte County and state of Kansas. And I think Homefield has been a great partner to both the UG and the state, and both have been a great partner to Homefield. We think the final chapters of this book are yet to be told, but are forthcoming, and they look pretty great. And we certainly appreciate your time and your consideration this evening. And with that, if there's any questions, we'd be here to answer them. Thank you.
Commissioner Stites.
Heights District 7. I have a quick question. I know I'll have some more, but since it was my last note on the dentless, the cosmetic dent repair, will all of that work be performed inside?
Yes. And in fact, the last time I met with the gentleman that does this, I mean, he works in exotic cars. He works in all types of cars, but some of his biggest clientele are people with Lamborghinis and Ferraris and expensive cars. And again, he's simply taking hail damage and the like out of cars, and they're all parked inside. There are not cars on blocks on the outside. And there's not people outside working in the parking lot. That's not his MO or his clientele. It's all done inside.
Well, that's good to hear. I mean, now you have somewhere you can take your Lamborghini to be repaired, if you need to. So the other thing that I wanted to know is, do they generate sales tax?
Yes, they do. His estimated sales are near $5 million a year.
That's all I got for right now.
Any other questions? Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you and good evening. Good to see you, Mr. Napper, and council and our economic director. we didn't have during the early days of this project. Home Fields is to be commended for what it has done thus far in the developments that it sought to undertake out west, no question. And I do recall, even though I can't recall the name of the school, I would say it's one of our USD 500 schools whose rescue you came to. I think it was following a fire. I can't remember high school or junior high school. So that certainly showed community spirit and engagement. So Home Fields is to be commended for that. I'm still not quite sure what the extension is about. I heard you talk about the updates, and I've been here from the beginning of the Home Field. So why do we need an extension for this? Just to update, why do we need just an extension? And then I'll go on with some other follow-up questions.
Sure. Thank you for the comments and the questions. So there's a $4,350,000 economic development investment to be made on the part of Home Field in, again, more urban, more downtown area. The past 3 years have been challenging for any real estate investment. Yeah, it has been difficult to find places to invest that type of money. And our $4,350,000 was also always based on the fact that we had $150 million of Star Bond investment. And so we certainly, when we closed on the Star Bonds in May of 2022, and even though we came up short, never could we envision that 3 years would go by and we would not be fully funded on the Star Bonds. The past 3 years, again, as I said, have been extremely challenging financial markets. Most banks have withdrawn from lending on real estate. Interest rates, as I said, have doubled. The requirements are challenging. And so since we will not be fully funded on the Star Bonds until what I hope would be later this year, we're requesting specifically to tie the $4,350,000 economic development investment to that funding. And with that Star Bond funding, we would park the $4,350,000 in escrow, and pursuant to what has been proposed is that it would be invested pursuant to the development agreement within 6 months.
Okay, let me kind of go back to some of the points that you just raised. The underfunding of the Star Bonds. You expected more as of May 2022, and that didn't happen. So at what point, what time do you expect there to be another Star Bond offering?
We would hope with the approval of the DA amendment this evening and hopefully by the Board of County Commissioners, we would be able to roll into the Star Bond underwriting, I'd like to say in the month of June. And it will probably take 4 to 5 months to get through the process. We're looking for Star Bond funding in November of this year. Just if we get past November, we're going to be into January. So we'd like to get it accomplished yet this year. And at that point, the $4,350,000 parks in escrow, and we have 6 months thereafter to have it invested in an economic development project pursuant to the development agreement. Did I say anything wrong, Kurt, Todd?
Okay, so the expectation is the end of the year, November, for the bond offering and the funding. Is that right?
Yes, Commissioner.
And at that same time or shortly thereafter is when you seek to put the 4.3 million into escrow. Is that it?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, we're talking about, for those who've been kind of following this along from years ago, 350 million, 4,350,000 was to be an investment into areas, specific areas downtown and historically urban areas, it says here. I was thinking it was more northeast. If you went back to the language of the original, I'm not quite sure, so.
Sure, I
But-
don't think that part of the language has changed. I think the target area for the investment is the same. It is.
Okay. Okay, okay. And I guess my concern is, for all the fabulous things that have gone on out west, when can the area further east, for which this 4.3 million has been designated, when will people in those areas of town see that investment? And, while we're talking about investment, are we talking about actual building or an investment into some property or service? For instance, the Parkwood Pool needs an update, a serious update. And we talked about this in open session last week. That would be about 2.4 to get water levels checked to see why it's leaking, to see what it would take. Well, we know it's in need of a filtration system up to date. So what is Homefield's thought, now that we're further along in this, about what it means for an investment? Because that investment could be made. I mean, you wouldn't have to look for what to do. I'd just like some clarity on that.
If I may, I want to make sure that we're not advocating that these funds move to Parkwood Pool tonight, because that's not what's before us, Commissioner. I just want to ensure that we meet in the spirit of the contract and the discussion. I just want to make sure that if the contract's been drawn, that we're not working to change the contract or how the funds are going to be distributed. And I'd ask counsel if that's the case, or Todd. I know the issue is important to the Northeast, but I want to make sure that we're not advocating specifically from the dais on approval of this project contingent on how the funds are going to be spent.
Well, what I am advocating by that question is clarifying here what is meant by economic investment. Are we talking about building something? Are we talking about putting an investment? And I'm understanding that Homefields will make that determination. So I think this is the perfect opportunity to get some clarity on that.
Commissioner, if I may,
Mhm.
it's always been a negotiation point between us and Homefield about what these are. Are they grants? Are they investments? The language in the agreement was and still is investment. And as Homefield has spoken about that publicly in these forums over the years, they've talked about it could be a loan, it could be an investment in an entity where there is some expectation of a return. Part of this, they've said over the years, it could be a modest return, but at every moment where we've talked about it being a grant, it's clear that that's not the deal. Like that wasn't the deal. Now, in these discussions, I mean, Mr. Napper underscored the point at the beginning of this, they're not asking. That's true. There was a time where this amendment might have included more money for other attractions. It doesn't. And so as we talked about scaling up and a potential to add more star bonds beyond $150 million, there was a chance that we would have had a discussion about whether 4.3 was still the right number or whether it should have been higher, whether all of it should have been investments or a grant. Those were discussions that we were starting to have. But Commissioner, to be really fair to these guys, I guess what I would say is the moment that they let go of the ask for additional star bonds beyond $150 million, we stopped asking to grow the $4.3 million investment. And we also, the staff, let go of the idea that any of this should be a grant. We went back to the original provision and just left it alone because $150 million was asked, it didn't grow. This provision we left alone, but for the fact that it needs an extension, because the original date was January of this year
For the investment.
for the investment. But to be fair, it's, when they've talked about investment, they've always talked about the potential from a return somewhere. So it is, I think, intended to be, designed to be, if it stays investment, it's intended to be something where they're investing in a business or loaning money to a business with the expectation of interest or some kind of return from the investment. Not a grant. We've talked about a grant, but that's not what it was a few years ago. That's not what it is.
What I'm thinking about is, could that ever happen? If there is no other development which is really needed in the Northeast, then at what point, if this is not a grant, would the 4.3 ever be turned over or used for the benefit intended? So that gives me some pause.
Yeah, no, the other thing that you asked that I didn't answer, I'm sorry, was, did they decide what's an investment? Well, not alone. The commission is required to reasonably approve each of the investment. The commission will see them, and decide that's a reasonable investment. That is what this was intended to do or not. I appreciate your point. This is not a lot of time in the grand scheme of things. If Mr. Napper's schedule is right, that schedule about issuing bonds in November, it's ambitious. I think it's possible, but that's fast. And he's right. If we don't get it done in November, the market's all shut down in December, we'll be off into early next year. But once those bonds are issued and that money is escrowed, they only have 6 months to get it done. And that means coming to you and getting projects in the works, probably starting now, so that they can be lined up and ready to go. Is there a world we live in where they get to the end of this and they haven't spent all of that money and they decide to do something other than investment and bring that to you for approval? Sure, I think anything is possible, but the way the provision is crafted is really about investments. To be direct about your question, it is possible that they're running out. By the way, at the end of 6 months, if they're not done and those investments are not made, that money goes back to the bondholders. So it's a ticking clock and it will expire at some point. They really have to move and get those things in the works and get them approved by this commission. That money goes away. Goes back to the bond.
Commissioner Burns?
Yes, thank you. Council, correct me if I heard you wrong. In the development agreement, that 4.35 million that we've been speaking about would be dedicated to the area east of 635 and just not a area?
What it says is downtown or historically urban areas.
Okay.
It really was thought of to be down in and around our downtown.
There's no doubt that the northeast area has needs. Nobody's going to question that, but there's needs in the communities that I represent too.
Commissioner Stites?
Stites District 7. So I've been thinking about this 4.35 and what that might look like. And as we as a commission, as the mayor has driven, and there's been a lot more conversation around the Quindaro ruins, right? I've been thinking about maybe if does in fact become a star bond district for the Quindaro ruins, that maybe there's an opportunity of an investment in and around that Quindaro ruins, that in that star bond district, right? That could make a lot of sense for us as we try to spur that development in downtown, sorry. I think it is, we've talked about it, and I don't want to get way off track here to talk about the Quindaro ruins, but we know that that's a hidden gem, and that's something that we really need to focus on. And how do we spur that development because I think that is a really something good for the downtown. So there's something to be said there that maybe for you guys, and I don't know, then Chelsea, I'm sure that that's going to require conversations, for you guys to stay in communication with, as far as, what that looks like timing wise. If is there a star bond project, what could this potentially look like? So I think that there's an opportunity there also. Thank you.
Commissioner Burns and then Commissioner Townsend.
Yes, Mr. Napper, is it safe to say that the Top Golf will become a reality at some point?
Commissioner, I certainly hope so. I have been chasing them for
Okay.
I'd say 3 years, and it started off as Big Shots Golf. And these people that have worked on staff in my council know I actually inked that deal at ICSC in Las Vegas 3 years ago. And we were ecstatic that we had Top Golf's biggest competitor, and they are owned by Apollo, and they were great. And we went through design, and then they went quiet on me, and like something's odd. And then they call me and tell me, we've got great news. We were just bought by Topgolf. It's not public. And I'm thinking, yes, we went from B+ to A+ overnight. Bad thing is, they look the same from the outside looking in, but they're different builds. And so Topgolf took everything that Big Shots did and threw it in the trash and started over. Topgolf is fully approved through planning. They are ready to go. I think they could pull a permit within a matter of days to start site work, fully approved. Then I get a phone call after they're fully approved. And it was, again, it's public knowledge. They're owned by Callaway, who makes great golf balls and great golf clubs and some pretty cool golf apparel. Callaway has decided to sell Topgolf. So, and that was August of last year, the announcement was made. And I can't even guess why. I can guess why, but not worth my speculation in a public forum. So here we thought construction would be starting in the fall of 24, and we find out that they're being sold. And so the last information I have is that once Topgolf is spun out of Callaway, and the devil's in the detail. Is it a private company? Is it a public company? Is the current leadership still in place? Is it new leadership? No one knows. All I do know is what I've been told by them is that there are a lot of contracts for new sites around the country that have been terminated. Ours has not. In fact, and I'm looking at Kurt, I think about a month ago, they approached us to extend some dates in the contract to give them more time to be spun out and see who's intact with leadership. So, Commissioner, we think they are a tremendous user. We think they fit so well with all of our youth sports and the Margaritaville and the K1, and they're a really cool user.
Yeah.
The fact that they've not canceled the contract, and they could have, and they've asked for an extension, gives me some hope. But at this point, until they're spun out of Callaway, I can't guess other than just fingers crossed. And I think it's a good sign that they did not cancel.
Okay, thank you.
But we have been working on backup concepts that could go there in their place. I'm not in a position I can discuss that, but we want something equally as cool should they not go there. We think that's such an incredible location. It's marquee, and it needs to be a marquee user.
Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought Commissioner Stites mention of an investment in the Quindaro ruins or something like that was also a really viable and great offering. I guess my main concern is that this 4.3 just not become a will of the wisp and fade away somehow with no investment made in the area. That was part of the original contract. And that's what gives me concern that happened. If we need to talk with you all after I know the way this is written, it seems this is up to you as to where, but there is so much need, great opportunity, and some others to come. There's going to be some other development. That's the concern I have, that it become a reality, just as the fabulous things that have happened out west have become reality.
Commissioner, I would have to defer to Mr. LaSalla, but I don't think our obligation to invest the 4.35 ever, it doesn't go away until we've invested that money. So the development agreement amendment, we're not asking to do away with the 4,350,000. We're simply, and we're even offering to impound the money at the next star bond offering. We're we're pinpointing the time in which the investment must be made. And we're double whammied if we don't get it done timely, because the 4,350,000 goes, the impound goes back to the bond buyers, but I don't think our obligation goes away.
Mr. Napper is right about that. That is about holding their feet to the fire. If they didn't do it, the obligation would still be there and we would have remedies under our contract, including future CID money and IRBs, other things that this developer is going to continue to want.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lopez.
Mr. Napper, just to follow up with you, Top Golf sold to Jack Wolfskin to Anta Sports. They just closed May 31st of this year, a couple days ago, at $290 million. There's your answer right there, buddy.
I'm sorry, sir. You said that Topgolf announced that they closed a transaction?
Yeah, they closed the sale May 31st of this just a couple days ago for $290 million to Jack Wolfskin at Anta, A-N-T-A, however you pronounce that one.
I think that's great news. I've been out of town, have not heard that. And like I said, a month ago, they came and asked for an extension. So we will be pinging them tomorrow morning, if not tonight.
It just was released like, I think today or yesterday or something.
And again, I've been traveling for the past 6 days, trying very hard not to look at my phone. But they will be my first phone call, either driving home, because they're all located in Dallas, or first thing in the morning. But thank you for that amount. I really appreciate it.
Any other questions from the commission? If not, I'm going to ask Mr. LaSalla, would you please give an overview? Mr. Napper gave us a pretty extensive overview, and it was, I want to make sure that it's not lost on us what our responsibilities are within the contract.
Sure. Very quickly, Mr. Napper has touched a bunch of these things. A very quick summary of the amendment that's sitting before you. It's really two separate items. There's this variance about dent repair that we have to talk about, but the amendment itself does clean up a portion of the agreement that talked about Jeep becoming a standalone dealership. That's not going to happen. Jeep's going to stay where it is. The Hyundai dealership that Mr. Napper talked about is going there instead. So the agreement is changed to allow for that and pick up that reality. Atlas 9, we talked about, they are asking for industrial revenue bonds and a pilot, not so much for tax abatement, but for property tax certainty over the next 10 years. That pilot starts at $100,000 a year. It goes up about 4% a year. And ultimately, the UG gets about $1.2 million of property taxes from the Atlas 9 based on that agreement. There are a couple of accommodations about the Star Bond and the private capital. This agreement is very rigorous about keeping the amount of private investment and public investment at certain levels. This agreement is not actually changing those ratios, but what it does do is it allows for land acquisition costs to be counted as private for a time until they're ultimately reimbursed with Star Bonds, which seemed reasonable and fair to us. It also allows for one opportunity along the way for the county administrator to allow the public-private ratio to be out of balance for one disbursement and one disbursement only, subject to some limitations. That really exists in case there's a world where they're very close on the numbers, but they're looking for a Star Bond draw and their private investment is not quite there. It would allow one of those to happen before they come back into balance with the county administrator's approval. As Mr. Napper talked about, and we've talked about a lot, the deadlines for Topgolf and the arena have gone away. They are not hard dates in our agreement because we don't know when those will be at this point. There is also a release of the reversionary interest in the land. Some of the land out there was ours and that the UG contributed to the project. When we do that and put our land in for free, we're always very careful to say, if your project doesn't occur, we can take the land back with a reversionary right. However, this reversion was really about the completion of the home field components. Home field building, home field baseball, home field outdoor. With those things in Margaritaville opening, there's no longer any reason to hold on to that reversionary interest. It's kind of a cloud on the title. So the release of that will help them in their future sales, and it's accomplished its purpose for us. Mr. Napper talked about the budget. Mr. Rob Heineman, many of you remember, was originally a part of this investment group. Mr. Heineman has now left this. And so there were portions of the agreement that talked about him specifically and by name. And so we have removed him as well. So other than the community investment piece, which we talked about a lot tonight, I won't rehash that. That's really what the amendment accomplishes. But as the development team has talked about, there is a restriction in our contract about body shops, collision repair, and so forth. We do believe that the dent repair business that is being proposed is covered by that, which is the reason the developer came to us and asked for this variance. Now, I want to be really clear about this because they asked us to include this in the amendment, and we did not. And there are two reasons that it doesn't show up in the amendment as a change to the contract itself. The development agreement also provides a process where they can come forward and ask the commission for a variance. That's what they're doing. The reason that we didn't put it in the amendment is really twofold. The staff, the county administrator's office does not feel like a dent repair business is really a star bond use the way that the program is intended, and we didn't like it, we didn't agree to it. We also talked to the Department of Commerce about that, who monitors the Star Bond program. I want to be careful about really speaking for them, but they felt largely the same way. So because of those two touch points, we elected not to put it in the agreement as an amendment. What the department would ultimately do with it, whether they would allow that $5 million of sales to go for that business or not, I don't know. And that's a separate and distinct issue from what you would decide to do about allowing it to go there or not. But I want to be really clear that that variance is outside the amendment specifically because your staff and your county administrator, as well as our conversations with the Department of Commerce, our feeling is that it's not really a star bond use. So I'll stop there, but that's really a summary of what's in the amendment and why the variance is a request outside.
Thank you. Question, I know that the 50-50 ratio, I think Mr. Napper talked about it. It was 70-30 by the agreement, now it's 62-50 by 37-50.
Actually, that's just not right. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. It's just not, it's. Yeah. So there is it is very complicated in the agreement. There was $130 million of star bonds that were originally provided for in a phase one. It's got a different public-private ratio than the second phase of star bonds, which would be the difference between 130 and 150. They have different public-private ratios. They sort of aggregate to that number, and that's why Mr. Napper is talking about those numbers. There is nothing changing in the public-private ratio from our original agreement. So there is a little confusion about that here at this table, but to be clear, the agreement is not changing on public-private ratio at all. The two accommodations we're making about private capital are, one, we're letting the land cost count as private until it's ultimately reimbursed with star bonds. And two, we're giving an opportunity for this one-time waiver of a disbursement where the public-private ratio is slightly out of balance, and it can only happen one time where it gets caught up in the next disbursement.
And just for clarification, that's 70 private, 30 state.
That Yes,
or 30,
That's right.
30,
70 private,
yeah.
30% public.
Yeah, thank you, public. That's what I should have said. Thank you. Thank you for that. Mr. Napper, you stated that the bonds didn't sell for 3 days. Did they give you a reason as to why those bonds ran into a problem?
Yes, Commissioner, and I don't have the exact breakdown, but the 2022 Star bonds had 3 different maturities. The short bond sold immediately. The intermediate bond, about half of them sold the first day. It was the long bond. And again, when we look at the state of the economy and the bond market in the spring of 2022, what was being witnessed with inflation and the yield curve hadn't been seen in a generation. And so at that point, the long bond investors were hesitant because they didn't, where's the top? Where does it end? And so the long bond investors that would typically be to the table were not, but there were actually a couple, but for the one that we ultimately bought the bonds, it was again, just a generational change in inflation and interest rates, again, that many of us had not seen since the 70s.
Thank you for that. I'm just making notes, going back and looking at everything. And we have a letter from the state talking about this contract. Needing any approval from the state to do anything?
No.
Okay, thank you for that. The last question I would have before I go back to questions, I just want to make sure to sum up, and I'm looking at the cover sheet that was presented to me this evening. Amendment of a standalone Jeep dealership is out. That is now going to be the Hyundai dealership.
That is correct, and they're actually under construction.
Okay, thank you. Next is the issuance of the IRBs for Atlas 9, and that's for construction materials only.
No, this is ad valorem property taxes. So technically it all comes off the rolls and instead they pay the pilot. This one is really about property tax certainty as opposed to some that we do that are just about sales tax exemption on the construction materials. This is really about the ad valorem property taxes that they pay. And again, it's an agreement for purposes of certainty that starts at $100,000 of pilot payment year one, and then it goes up 4% a year for a total of about $1.2 million over the 10-year period.
Have we ever done this before in a Star Bonds project? Can you give me an example of where we did it?
We've done it here in Homefield, I think we've
Is-
done it at Margaritaville Hotel. We've done it. Yeah, the Homefield assets themselves, Homefield baseball, Homefield training. It is really part of what we have done throughout the Homefield.
That's the only Star Bonds development we've done it in.
Starbond. I know we have done it in other places. Those apartments that are west of Village West, the ones developed by North Point, we were doing those. We were doing the same thing there. Those are technically not in the Starbond district.
Right, yeah, those are different. They're not in the Star Bonds district.
I'll have to think about it a little more, but we have done it a number of times in places, particularly in places where the assets are unique and a developer really wants to know what their property tax bill is going to look like for 10 years. So whereas Commissioner, it can be more, if you build something that is typical, normal, like other retail stores or other office buildings, there is some predictability in the market because of the comparables. We see this a lot with assets that are very unique, and Atlas 9 is certainly that way. We did look, as we studied this and tried to reach this agreement, we looked at a lot of museums, we looked at theaters, we looked at a number of assets for comparables. None of them are exactly like this, but mostly we see this request and we make this agreement where the asset is pretty special, pretty unique.
The 70-30 is still in for capital. I'm going right down these because I'm going to have to make the report. Removal of the deadline for Topgolf and Arena. It's no longer in here because we have that uncertainty.
That's right.
Okay. Not in contract. Okay. And then the next one, extension of deadline for community investments. That is extended till, is there a date certain?
It's 180 days after our next star bond issuance.
And that star bonds issue would be a $20 million star bond issue?
It'll actually be more than that because there's about $13 million that Mr. Napper talked about that we didn't get. So it'll be about $33 million. And again, Commissioner, I think that's the earliest that probably happens is November of this year. The gentleman sitting to my right really would like it to happen that early. I think worst case for them is that it happens in January or February.
And then the release right of reversion, we're comfortable with that. I read that in the contract. Amendment to the development relationship, I think I heard you say a gentleman's name has been removed out of that group.
That's right.
Okay, has there been a new one added? Okay, just a removal, okay. And then the updated exhibits,
Yep, we're comfortable with what's in the updated exhibits. There is still perhaps a little movement on the budget. We're still working that with the Department of Commerce.
okay. The last question I would be, in reference to the 4.3 million, I think Commissioner Townsend was asking about is there anything in the contract that states that 4.3 million can't be utilized by the entity that puts the money into an account to be used for any development of theirs specifically to come back and capture that money and put it back?
This developer,
No, I'm not talking about this developer, but when we set monies aside for the community benefit fund, one of the questions that was raised early on when we talked about this was that those monies that would go to an organization or go to a facility couldn't be utilized as a commitment to enhance that company's bottom line. In other words, they can't say, okay, we did this out of the community benefit fund, but it's really ours.
see, so just drop it to the bottom line. There is nothing in our agreement that says that with specificity. What I can tell you, Commissioner, is that the details of whatever agreement with any of these investments is going to come to you, come to the commission for approval. And we, your staff, plan to diligence each of these investments so that we can present them to you and you can fully understand where that money is going to go in, at least in what's proposed.
Okay. Was there a reason why that money wasn't put in the first tranche? Wasn't it supposed to be put in during the first tranche?
No, it was, no. What we did originally is we said, look, these bonds are being issued. Let's set a window of time for the investment to be made. And it was January of this year. As Mr. Napper talked about, I think he thought we would already have the second tranche of bonds issued by this time, but it was really set up as a date certain. The reason that we've asked for the impound, the escrow of that money is really our concern that after we've issued all the bonds, if that investment hasn't already been made, we were concerned we didn't have enough leverage over the developer. It's a penalty is really what it is. And so the reason that money is sitting there and it's a poison pill for, I don't know how Richard would characterize it, but it's painful for them because it really holds that money over their head. They really have to make these investments or they lose that star bond money. It just goes away.
Okay, that's my last question outside of the fact that, will there be an council, how will we be dealing with the special use permit or the variance that we're going to be requesting, or somebody will be requesting for the dent repair facility? And I know why the state is not supportive of that in the bond, because it does not meet a tourism attraction definition. So will that be an item that'll come before our committee at another time? Or go to planning and zoning, or?
I think that sounds like a purely planning item, as opposed to a typical ED&F item.
Jeff, I think the development agreement talks about the commission having the ability to waive this restriction. So Commissioner, I think, and Jeff, tell me if you disagree, what I think I would envision is if this comes to full commission and the full commission's will is to allow the dent repair business, we need to waive that restriction in some limited way for this. And so I think we would prepare a resolution for the commission to approve if that's the will of the governing.
Yeah, I would suggest that that would be the case because I don't want to find ourselves sideways with the state and the legislature that would see that there was some kind of, again, another amendment made to put a non-complying request into a development area that puts star bonds at challenge by other developers. I know that was been an issue from the very beginning, and I just get very concerned about what we risk as a community should we have other developments wanting to move forward, making variances and allowances for non-complying businesses. Okay, any other questions or comments? Commissioner Stites?
Besides District 7, what makes it compliant in a star bond district? I mean, huh?
He answered that earlier. I thought I heard it.
So what makes it non-compliant? I mean, because go ahead.
It's not really, it's not really legally non-compliant. It's really about the spirit of what goes in a star bond district, right? Star bond districts are primarily about attractions, visitation, things that are special and unique. And of course, there are complementary uses that are normal retail facilities and restaurants and hotels. Our star bond district is this one is pretty unique within the state because it has auto dealerships in it.
Right.
After we did auto dealerships in this district, the state changed the law, right? And said that no longer can you do an automobile dealership in a star bond district and capture the revenue. So this is, Commissioner, to me, this is somewhat about the evolution of the star bond law. And frankly, this district, I think the developer's argument here might be, well, this district does have auto dealerships in it. So this use, I think from their perspective, makes perfect sense at this location. It's complementary to a bunch of auto dealerships. But the staff, your staff and the Department of Commerce don't feel that it fits within the spirit of the star bond legislation writ large, the way it was originally intended, the way it is now amended under the law. So I want to be clear. I am not saying it's illegal to put it there. It's not. It's not. If the commission elects to waive because they believe that it fits well within the spirit of the star bond law and what's there, the commission has every right to do that and it will not be illegal. That doesn't mean the state has to agree and allow the use of that money.
But they would ultimately make that decision, right?
That's their
So,
call to make.
And I mean, I would find it hard to believe that the state would turn their nose up at $5 million a year in sales tax dollars, but
We just don't speak.
I don't know.
I don't know.
There's other.
Any other questions? This commission, just a minute, Mr. Napper. Did you have a comment?
You addressed it, Mr. Chair. I wanted to make sure that I understood whether or not the cosmetic dent repair facility would be a part of this or not. So you addressed that. Thank you.
Commissioner Lopez?
Yeah, just so like Atlas 9. That's it. Okay, yeah, okay. Todd, what's the abatement for Atlas 9?
So Atlas 9 has, it's not technically an abatement. Well, actually, technically, legally speaking, the vehicle we use is industrial revenue bonds. What IRBs do when you use them for ad valorem property tax is they take the property all the way off the rolls, right? So at that moment, your tax basis is zero.
Right.
And instead, in lieu of that, we do a payment in lieu of tax so that we're just agreeing about what contractually, about what the property taxes are going to be for 10 years. So what we are agreeing with the developer, if you approve this, is that they start at $100,000 a year and they go up incrementally 4% a year for the 10-year period. We are agreeing that that's a fair value. So Commissioner, as opposed to other IRB deals that we've done here and in other cities where you say, you figure out what the appraised value is and it's 25% off or 50% off. That is not what this is. Instead, we're saying, we think that $100,000 a year is a fair number for this facility in year one. they agree and the users got certainty about exactly what they're going to get for the next 10 years. So we're not really trying to abate the taxes. We're really trying to agree this is a reasonable number for this unique asset in year one, and then it just increases 4% a year.
Okay, so, and then, and that 100 grand a year right now starts when they open the doors?
It'll actually start January 1st of the year after. If we issue those bonds when they open, which is what they will intend to do to maximize the value of the abatement, what they'll do is they'll pay partial for whatever year they start and complete. And as of January 1, after they're complete and open. So in this case, it'll probably be, it's very likely to be January 1 of 2026.
Okay.
That'll be the $100,000.
Okay, so because right now they're just paying a little over 24,000,
Yeah, that's right.
which was 2023 was 43,000. But once they open the doors, it jumps to 100 grand.
That's right.
I got you.
Commissioner Stites.
Last question, and when Commissioner Lopez was talking about this. So in our, in the agreement that we voted on, not too long ago, we talked about a certain percentage. It started out at 25% and then at 50% would go to any new property tax or that would come on board, any new development. Does this one apply? And if I remember right, it would be 50% of the $100,000 would go towards tax relief. Or, well, I mean, we called it out in two pools, tax relief and or debt reduction. Is that correct?
Commissioner, this is Jeff Conway, legal. You're referring to that. It's kind of a budgetary tool.
Yep.
To try to figure out what the calculation is that could be calculated for those uses. I think Shelley could agree or choose to disagree. Is that a fair characterization of that
Yes,
resolution?
and can you say your question again so I can make sure I understand related to this development?
So I'm just gonna go off the Atlas 9. They're asking for a pilot and it's $100,000. Is 50,000 of that half, because that's what we voted on as a commission, that we would allocate 50% to either go for any new property tax that comes on the roll, because we're trying to be, address debt relief or property tax reduction.
So this would be the new growth part of the other ordinance, and that's 10%, not 50%. And ultimately, the commission could decide to do any percent. But, and technically, this wouldn't really be property taxes because as Todd explained, the property taxes are abated. This is a payment in lieu of taxes. It's a pilot. It's a technicality, but we would still put it on the list so that we're articulating, here's how much we're talking about. It'd be, of the $100,000, we would look at how much is the city and the county share. So I think the pilot is probably all taxing districts. And so it'd be a lesser amount than that. It wouldn't be 50,000. So we'd have to do the math, but we'll put it on the list so that it's clear, transparent. The commission could decide what to do with it.
All right, thank you.
If I understood what you stated, Shelley, I believe we're talking about new appraised value, and we're only appraising that new value at 100,000 in reference to new appraised value that would go countywide for budget purposes.
Right, and the ordinance says that if we from new growth, okay, so this would be, let's ignore all of these agreements. Alice Nine's being built and it's new growth. So then we would look at, okay, so from that new growth, the assessed value is whatever, and say 100,000. And then we would look at our share of that. It wouldn't be the full 100,000. The assessed value, is just the value of the property. We'd look at our amount and then we'd tell you what our 10% would be to be used for property tax reduction or debt relief. So it's kind of a couple steps, but yeah, I mean, essentially what you're saying though, we would put that on the list to make sure it was clear so that you all could make an informed decision.
In current wording, you're saying a pilot does not apply?
Well, it talks about new growth and it talks about the new property taxes that are generated. And so when you're technically abating a property tax, a pilot's not a property tax. It's a payment in lieu of the taxes. It's a negotiated amount in this case because we don't really know what would be the value. What's the appropriate assessed value of something like Atlas 9?
Well, I would think that, and it's not for us to figure that all out tonight, right?
Right.
But I think that we, in the spirit of what we voted for and what our intentions were to give any new growth that amount for property tax relief or debt reduction. So I would think that we would look at bringing something back to us that would include that language, that would include any pilot that was set also. Thank you.
Do that?
Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, Ty, another question. When you were saying about how the property tax would go to zero, right? Well, I was just kind of doing some homework too, but does that mean we're I guess it's the office facility, 520 West Penway Street? I'm thinking that's is that your office building there?
That is, yes, that's one of the partners' main addresses we use for mailings.
Okay. Well, I mean, like, I don't know if that was what Top was saying, where it followed, if that fell under that, because it's appraised at 22,408,000, but there's no zero tax paid on that. Is that part of all that abatement thing?
Once you issue industrial revenue bond, I hate to take us too far down the rabbit hole on industrial revenue bonds, but the way the vehicle works is you issue these bonds, you either take, the local government either takes title to the property or a lease of the property and then leases it back to the developer. That removes it all the way from the tax rolls. And in lieu of that, you put the pilot in place instead. So,
Gotcha.
so when I'm talking about it going to zero, that's really what I mean. We're pulling it all the way off the rolls.
Yeah.
Because the municipality owns it at that moment. Well, I know it's a little bit of a legal fiction, and the bond lawyers hate it when I say that, but really it's using this vehicle to allow for either property tax or abatement, or in this case, these pilots for certainty purposes.
So that being said, that's using that vehicle, does that mean that there's no cost on the utilities?
No, this doesn't have any impact on.
I'm just asking that, you're just like, okay. All right.
Thank you. Any more questions? Commissioner Stites.
I'm only going to say this because I've always said that I think that the word pilot, we need to look at a different word because people confuse the word pilot as like the pilots being paid on utility, and that's not the same thing. We need to probably come up with a better acronym so that we can distinguish between the two so that there's not any confusion. So there you go. Co-pilot, I don't care what we call it, but something that helps differentiate the two so there's not confusion on that. Thank you.
Well, and I think that's a good point. We've had that discussion multiple times because it does come into play. Words do matter, so do acronyms. Mr. Napper, I went back to the commission. You had a comment you wanted to make if it's brief.
No, sir, my counsel, who's far more intelligent than me, answered my question for me. Thank you.
Okay, great. If there's not any more questions, I'll ask the clerk if there are any hands raised on the public who wish to speak.
No hands are raised.
Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this? You will have up to 3 minutes. Let the record show no one stepped forward. Is there anyone online?
No hands are raised.
Thank you. Okay, committee, I'd now entertain a motion for approval of the resolution. Be mindful the resolution does not include the variance for the dent shop. I want to make sure that that's clear.
I moved for approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Mr. Chair, I think you have someone.
No, I didn't hear the word fast track.
I'm sorry, this is Kirk Peterson, Chair, if I could speak for a moment. It was my understanding, maybe staff can jump in, but we had requested fast track and maybe we did it through the wrong channel. So kind of pausing things right now, specifically getting us to Thursday, we can get into the details if you'd like, but that's a miscommunication on our part. If that wasn't already teed up as part of the request, and I apologize, Chair. I also, frankly, I hate to do this, have a question. I thought the way it all worked out, and maybe staff can speak to this, that the full commission would be voting on. Variance is kind of a hard word because it's not, it makes you think what the city attorney was saying is true, but it's really just, I think it's more of a waiver within the development agreement. So there's kind of two things I'm saying, Chair. You can see I didn't say much tonight, but those two are pretty important. The fast track request for y'all to consider. And then also, I'm pretty sure that waiver would be part of what's voted on
As
at
to
full
the
commission.
second thing, Mr. Chairman, I do think we want the request for that waiver to show up at the commission the same night as the amendment. That is ultimately the commission's call about whether to agree to that. So for purposes of this committee, I think we'd like it if the committee allowed that to head to full commission. Request for a waiver. True, it's not in the amendment. The amendment should go separately. But I think we, the staff, would like to, staff is against it generally, but I think we do want to see it land at full commission for the commissioners to make that call. They're either for it or they're against it. But the development agreement talks about the commission making the decision about whether to grant that.
So, Mr. Speaker, you're asking for this to be fast-tracked this Thursday, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then I'd like to change my motion to approve and fast-track it to our next meeting on Thursday, which is June 5th.
I'm anticipating this is an amended motion. You pull the motion or make an amended motion. I'll accept it either way. Make it, made the original motion to approve it without the fast track. You can either rescind that motion or you can say, motion to amend, however you want to do it.
I'll rescind my initial motion, and the motion now is to approve and fast-track it to Thursday, June 5th.
As long as the second agrees.
I do. Does that also include the second item that would come before it, the full commission?
Yes, I assume it did, so.
Okay, so then I will second.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask to clarify?
Please.
Would this, would the waiver or whatever you want to call it, would that be a piece of this document? Because that would require some work between now and Thursday.
I don't think it would be, it's not going to be in the amendment. We would have to draft a resolution to blue sheet onto the commission.
So with that in mind, I'd like a letter from the state to release us of that responsibility. For us to make that decision, I know it's our decision to make, but I don't want to go against the state. I don't want to have the legislature come in and strip us of any authority in the future of star bonds. I mean, they've already done it once because of the car lots. I don't want to see this add to that. That's my only concern about advancing it and fast tracking it with that motion attached to it.
Commissioner,
I can't be, I myself can't be supportive of that decision. I'm just being transparent just from what I know about this project and about how the state feels about it. So I'm just trying to be clear that if we're going to tie all of this together to fast track, then I will take a different position.
Commissioner, I am happy to call the Department of Commerce tomorrow and ask them if they're willing to write such a letter like that. I can't promise that that would be there on Thursday.
Because not only are we looking at, this is an extensive revision of a contract. And now we're going back in and doing a variance in opposition to what the state requests of us or of the developer within a Star Bonds project. And initially, this project was a unique project because the former development company fell apart. The new developer came in. There was no tourism attraction there anymore, and the sales tax was. So that's what kind of led to a thing, but they needed more sales tax. And I remember the whole history on this because I was there, and I want to ensure that the public knows how important Star Bonds have been for the development of Wyandotte County. And I don't want to put those at risk by a development that chooses to go against the spirit of Star Bonds development and put our community at risk. Star Bonds has been a tremendous economic development tool for Wyandotte County. And for, whether it be 5 million or whatever, that's not the point. The point is the spirit and intent of Star Bonds. And if the state says that this is a variance, it doesn't fit, and we within the contract, staff says it doesn't fit, then it doesn't fit. And if somebody wants to go around that, then I just want to warn my colleagues and the community that it comes with great risk.
Chair, if I
Mr.
can.
Peterson.
Your point is well stated. The last meeting of the month, full commission, we will be scheduled to go, assuming support here tonight. We would be going to full commission with the Atlas 9 IRBs that we've talked about. And so what if you gave us some more time to get with council and to get with commerce and kick just the waiver issue to the same meeting that will be in front of the full commission with Atlas 9 and just have the development agreement itself be fast tracked?
Like I said, I just want to ensure that being transparent, I think it's only fair to this community that we continue to operate in a manner that is conducive to the spirit of Star Bonds, so that we our community, once again, Mr. Napper could be another development that you want to bring forward, that we continue to be able to meet the spirit of that and have the state support in doing so.
I think that would give us the time that I'm listening to what you're saying. I think that would give us the time if that was supported by the committee.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? I think we had a motion and a second to approve and fast track. Council, do we need to make the motion to do what Mr. Peterson said to exclude it, the variance?
I think the motion as stated falls back to the way it was proposed without the waiver included. So I think the motion can stand as stated and seconded. So it would not include the waiver piece about the dent repair.
The maker of the motion, is that satisfactory to you in the second?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, but the clerk says that she understood that that was included in the motion, so.
That's what I thought, Jeff. That's why I'm asking the maker of the motion. I think Commissioner Townsend first, Mr. Wakes. Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but you've already, and with the inclusion of our clerk's office, addressed what I thought. I was also under the impression that the last motion made included a fast track of this resolution and also included a fast track of the variance. So I'm clear on that now. That's my understanding of what it is. And I've heard what you say, and I agree with your urging that we not undertake to possibly violate the spirit of the Star Bonds with the variance. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wakes.
I don't think that Stevie Wakes, BPU, I don't think that the approval of the extension along with the waiver being presented to the commission would suggest that we are in deference to what the state statutes or the state requires, or the commerce and also staff believes would be in violation of the desire. I think what it does, it puts it before the commission. It gives them time to also address the Department of Commerce and be able to bring back that information to the commission so they can make an informed decision based on what is heard.
Thank you. Again, I want to reiterate that staff says it's their opinion that it doesn't fit within the spirit of Star Bonds. The state has stated that they don't believe the variance request fits within the spirit of a Star Bonds development. In light of that, there has been legislative change because of variances and exceptions made to Star Bonds. I just want to caution us that moving forward with Star Bonds projects, there will be legislative action taken. It's just been the experience of the legislature when things like this happen. This is what forces them to go back and revisit Star Bonds in most cases. That's just my point. Commissioner Burns, you made a motion to include the fast tracking of the contractual agreement, and the included in that is the variance. And you made a second, Mr. Stites. Council, you asked that your interpretation or your request was maybe pull that variance out and advance the base agreement and fast track it.
Only after listening to you, Mr. Chairman. So there's there wasn't any confusion, but you made you had some good remarks. And so looking at the motion maker, perhaps in listening to the chair, the motion might be to move the development agreement itself to Thursday, fast track, and then a separate resolution after councils have talked to the state and can fully report on all that to the last meeting of the month. In listening to you, Chair, I think that's my interpretation, and it's up to the motion makers if they agree with that, of course.
So would my motion stand then? Do I need to withdraw it again? Okay,
And then restate it.
I make a motion, we approve the resolution as stated,
With fast track?
but with the fast track to June 5th meeting.
I just want to make sure, does there need to be any wording that says that the variance will be brought back to the June, 30th meeting?
It sounds like everybody was
So
committed.
that doesn't need to be included. If that's the case, then I second the motion.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. I think we're clear as mud. Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Call Wakes,
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Stites, Townsend,
Aye.
Burrows.
No.
Motion carries.
Okay. Thank you, committee. Thank you, Mr. Napper. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Appreciate your patience. Mr. LaSala. Well, I mean. Yeah. Thank you, committee. We appreciate that. Staff, thank you for your patience with us. This takes us to item 4.3. It's another resolution, Sour Castle Industrial Revenue Bonds. The item on our agenda is to adopt a resolution of intent to issue IRBs for Sour Castle LLC in the amount of $11,500,000 located at 911, 935, and 945 Shawnee Drive in Kansas City, Kansas. This is for a sales tax exemption only, no property tax abatement. And we've been through that discussion. So gentlemen, I'm going to recognize Chelsea Chisholm, our Economic Development Director, for presentation and remarks. Please, Chelsea. You hope I got right, is Sours Castle?
That's correct.
Thank-
Sour.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chair Burrows, members of the committee, Chelsea Chisholm, Economic Development Director. So the next two items on our agenda tonight deal with Sour Castle. One is the resolution for the sales tax exemption on construction materials. The other item is a special project under the Neighborhood Revitalization Act program, or the NRA program, We have not had a special project under the NRA in about 13 years. So I recognize that probably looks new for a lot of our commissioners up here. Just generally high level, it's permitted in specific geographic areas. This is in what is Area 1 under our current NRA program. It has to be meet one of the following criteria: retail in nature, environmentally contaminated area, or historic designation, which Sour Castle does meet the historic designation. Why this is a little different than our other NRA programs, that would be more of they would be administrated, just an administrative function and wouldn't come to commission. But for the special projects, they have to be over $3 million. But the benefit is for a term of 20 years and for a 75% rebate on the increment. So just the increment, you will maintain receiving the same amount of property taxes that you historically have, and then you'll see a 25% increase. But that 75% increase will occur for up to 20 years. And so I will turn it over to Curtis Holland to provide his overview and presentation on the project. And we'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Curtis Holland. I'm an attorney at Polsonelli Law Firm. I happen to work with Kurt Peterson, who you heard from earlier tonight. We appreciate your time tonight to consider these requests. I did, before I want to get started, indicate this is going to be a sort of a team effort here. And I want to introduce my client, Mike Heitman, who's the owner and developer of the project with Sour Castle LLC. He'll speak after me. And then we have Angie Gabler with Strata Architecture and Preservation. She is the project architect. And I'm going to turn it over to her to go over the project a little bit. So you all understand what we're doing and why we're here before you. I would start by saying, that last project was, a very important project for the community. But I would say, in its own way, so is this one. This was this site here, Sour Castle. And if you could go to the next slide, please. Assuming this will go to the next slide. Oh, great. The property is located at 935 Shawnee Road. It's in District 6, Commissioner Ramirez's district. I'm sure everybody on the board knows about Sour Castle. I visited the property, and I think probably lots of us did in our youth, just to we heard all about it, and I went up there in my high school years to look at it. Also professionally, would tell you, it was one of the first projects I worked on when I was a young lawyer over 30 years ago. And I've actually touched this property a couple of times over my 30-plus year career now because folks had different ideas about what they wanted to do with it. And hopefully the biggest issue and the biggest concern of interest, I think, that the community had was to restore the property to its glory. And I'll let Angie and Mike speak more about the historic value of the property itself. But it's, obviously has a legacy and very historical for Kansas City, Kansas. And anyway, so the property is located at 935 Shawnee Road. You can see it there. The yellow star is approximately where it is, overlooking the Kansas River. The request tonight is to allow for consideration. If with your permission, we'll speak to both of the requests at the same because they're very interrelated. But the request is for, and as Ms. Chelsea Chisholm rather said, a request for both NRA and sales tax exemption. I would be remiss on also not saying here at the beginning, we really appreciate staff's help and assistance in getting us to this point. Both Chelsea Chisholm and Greg Kendall with Wyandotte County EDC has been very instrumental in helping us navigate the process. And as Ms. Chisholm said, the NRA application, something that you all don't hear very often because usually it's a smaller project and it's administrative. It was designed to be administrative, and but it allows for a special project like this depending on where it is located and if it's a historic property like it is, and there's some other criteria. But the other one is that it has a cap, and on the typical or standard NRA, there's a $3 million cap. This project well exceeds that. It is over $11 million, all the work that would go into this project, and I'll let Mike and Angie speak to that a little bit. That's the location of the property. That's sort of that is a zoomed in. There's actually 3 parcels that are involved here, and we'll get into that in a minute. The castle is, well, the outer yellow border boundary lines encompasses those 3 parcels. The circle in the middle is the yellow circle in the middle is the castle structure. The parcel to the west of it, there's an existing house there. We call it the caretaker's property. And we'll go into that with some detail. And then to the right, there's an existing parcel as well that has no development on it whatsoever. Again, our request is for approval of the NRA to allow for us to take advantage of it. And then the sales tax exemption, I think, which you already know what that is and how that works on the construction materials and labor in this case. Since it's a redevelopment, we'll have sales tax on labor. There is information in the staff reports for both of these on the requests in terms of the amount of the project, in terms of the budget and so forth, as well as the impact of the sales tax exemption. We can get into that too later if you'd like. But those are the requests that we would ask of you to consider tonight. And then with that, I will turn it over to Mike and have him go through the slide. Mike. There's the rendering, and then Angie, we'll have Angie Gabler speak to it as well. And so Mike can introduce himself.
Hi, my name is Mike Heitman, and I am the owner of Sour Castle along with my wife, Susan. And thank you for having us here tonight. So it was 2 years ago when I was able to finalize the deal with the previous owner to take over ownership of the castle and begin the restoration. Our first goal, first and foremost, was to save the castle. It was literally falling down on the verge of collapse. And we immediately jumped in and were able to stabilize the structure, and it's been saved. It's the exterior has been rebuilt, and there's no danger of it falling down anymore. So we accomplished our first task. And we then want to set up the castle to be sustainable and for be something that the community can enjoy for many more hundreds of years. So what our goal is to create a community event space between the caretaker's house and the castle and the parcel next to it. And I'm going to let Angie go through all the details of the work we've done and what we're planning to do. But my wife and I's goal is, like I said, to create, to save the castle. And it's such a treasured landmark. And it's something that Kansas City, Kansas can be very, very proud of, and is going to become an attraction for Kansas City, Kansas for many generations. And we're not doing this to make money off of it. We're doing this to create something for the community, and we just want to set it up so that it's sustainable and that is able to keep its expenses as low as possible and be able to not run into the situation that it ran into before we were able to save it. So with that, I'll turn it over to Angie.
Okay, I'm Angie Gabler. I am the president and owner of Strata Architecture in Kansas City. We're a small woman-owned firm. We're in our 37th year. We focus primarily on historic projects. So when I got the call from Mike, I of course have known about this house for a really long time. I used to drive by it also and dream. So I was very excited to be part of this team. We have taken this literally, like Mike said, from falling down to a stabilized structure. So our phase one, we worked really closely with the UG, with Randy, and the Historic Preservation Commission to get that initial permit so that we could get that first phase of stabilization work complete, which we've done. We've now applied for a building permit for phase two for the structure and for the parking. The other thing that we've recently done is we've applied for rezoning and a special use permit. So that's being heard next week, I believe, next Monday. But what we're doing is combining the 3 lots that Curtis spoke to you about. There's a lot that has the caretaker's house, one with the castle, and then the one in the very upright is kind of where the parking is shown. And that would just be all combined into a single lot. It's currently zoned residential. It will stay residential. The rezoning that we're doing is actually taking one parcel that's an R2 and we're taking it all down to an R1. So the castle itself, the exterior is stabilized now. This next phase of work is going to be finishing the interior. So we've got all the interior finishes, all new mechanical, electrical, plumbing systems, security, fire protection going in. The back of the house had a kitchen addition put on in the 1920s that also had a garage underneath that when Mike bought the property was collapsing and a life safety issue. So that was torn down with permission. And we're putting a new addition back in its place that will have a lot of modern conveniences. It will have a catering kitchen, not a full commercial kitchen, just catering. And downstairs it will have restrooms. We're also putting a lift in the house. So people will be able to get from the lower level to the first level for the first time and be able to get in from parking. So it'll have 3 stops that will also go into the addition. So we're trying to put a lot of those more modern conveniences like the kitchen and the restrooms, the lift, all of that back in that back portion. We're reconstructing all of the porches. Mike's just finished waterproofing the foundation. We're regrading. And then we're supplying outside. So this will be an event center. I don't know that Mike really talked about that much, but the goal here is to open it up for special events. So you could rent it, you know, for a cocktail hour or for a wedding or your book club or whatever event. We've got a long list that was put on that special use permit form of possibilities. But it's small. I don't know if any of you want a tour. I know we gave the Preservation Commission a tour several months ago, and I know they really enjoyed having a chance to see the facility, but it's small little rooms. This isn't a place where you're going to get 100 people for a big gathering. It's going to be 20 people in this room and 20 people in this room and 20 people here. So it's just kind of scattered throughout the house. But we'll be using the lower level, the first floor. Second floor will be more preparatory, small meeting space. The 3rd floor is set up for storage and an office for a caretaker. And then the tower, of course, everybody wants to see out of the tower. But that back portion, like I said, is that convenient kind of contemporary addition. And then in between the castle and the caretaker's house, we're doing an outdoor ceremony space. That could be a multi-use space. It could be used for weddings. It could be used for family picnics. It could be used for an art fair, but it'll be a defined space that we've drawn on the special use permit for a specific square footage. To support that, we've also done a lawn space to the south that you can see in the green. That is just lawn. There's no other improvements there. Also defined as the largest, what I would consider entertainment space on the property where people could put up a tent. So if you were getting married outside, then you would be able to go to the tent for your reception. These would not be rented separately. We've addressed that with our special use permit. You would rent the whole area and be able to use it. You wouldn't have somebody renting the castle, somebody else renting the lawn space, and somebody else renting the caretaker's house. So single rental only. And then the caretaker's house is in the process of being renovated right now. It will have several bedrooms that can be overnight with a small kitchenette and more meeting rooms. We have ample parking. We've got 95 spaces, I think, 90. Scattered kind of between the 2 areas here with plenty of ADA parking. And then in the lower left-hand side there, you can see the outline of a maintenance facility. We're going to be building a replica carriage house down there to use for all of the lawn maintenance, so, and storage. And so that we kind of tucked in that back corner. But really what we're trying to do here is to preserve the historic cultural landscape of this site. So you'll note where the circle drive used to be in front of the castle. You can't really get cars up there. The grade is very steep and it's a really tight turn. But we'll put that back and honor it with some nice sidewalks and restoration of the fountain. And then we've added a second entrance just to the east of the historic entrance, just so you have good traffic flow coming through here. But the idea here is really just respecting the cultural landscape. You're going to walk up here. You're not going to see big flashy signage or any major changes to the castle. It's going to look like it did in 1872 when we're finished. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so I go this way. All right. So that's the before photo. This is the east elevation of the porch. You can see the addition off the back that is collapsed. On the right, you can see the new addition that's very much in a similar type of scale and massing to the one that was there before. That's the back addition that's collapsed. And then the front porch, the northwest porch was missing, as is the southwest porch. Both of those are being reconstructed. And the tower has been restored. I don't know if you've been out to take a look, but it's stunning. So inside, the house is not habitable. There's no, really no services at all. There's no running water to the house. There's no gas service. The electrical that's been in there forever has been temporary. So it will have all new utilities. I'm going to just go back one second. Mike is applying for historic tax credits, both federal and state, and they're in approval process right now. So all of the work that we will do to this inside and outside will meet the Secretary of the Interior standards, like we would want to do for any historic project to respect it. So while we're bringing it into the 21st century, we're really still respecting its 18th century roots.
Thanks, Angie and Mike. So on the screen here is, let's see, there we go. And this is, I'm not sure you have this exactly in your packet like this. I think you do, don't you? Yeah. So this is the project budget, and the red column, just want to emphasize the difference. On the left-hand side is the description of the improvements and the cost items that we're talking about. The second column, when Mike spoke to rehabbing the structure, most of the dollar amounts in those columns are for structural rehabilitation of the structure. The third column, the numbers in red, is really the request that we're asking for tonight. These are the remaining cost items that, as we go forward, what we're talking about in terms of cost for the project. And then the columns to the fourth column there, you can see the overall project cost is almost 11 million. For the sales tax exemption, we've requested approval up to $11.5 million. That just gives us a little extra cushion in case we go over that budget of 10.9 there. So that's all that is. And if we end up not using it, then we don't have to issue, the sales tax exemption wouldn't cover that additional amount. It's just for whatever actual costs we incur. And then the other columns to the right are the time periods or when we think we'll incur them. So we've incurred costs over the previous years. And you can see the last column, 2026, is when I think we're going to be fully done and hope to be in operation next year. So that's what the budget is. If you have any questions about the budget, you can stop me now or we can go back and visit it. If not, I'll just move on to the sales tax impact. And I think Chelsea did a fantastic job in her staff report to lay out what the impact is to the different jurisdictions here, both the county and the state, and how it breaks out between the city and the county. But this in generally is what that sales tax impact looks like for the sales tax exemption request that we'd have before you. This project is super unique in that this is Mike's baby, if you will, and he's financing this all on his own, and this is not going to be a for-profit venture. This is going to be basically restoring the castle itself and then having there be events and revenues generated sufficient to cover the operations and maintenance of the facility. And it's not going to be a for-profit type, typical for-profit type adventure or project like that you're used to seeing. So it's really out of his love of the restoring the historic structure here, and so it's really on his back to do this work. And so we're asking for some bit of assistance and recognition, acknowledgement of that effort. And so it's not a huge impact to the government, but it does mean a lot to the project. With that, we would stand for any questions if you have.
Questions? Commissioner Burns.
Sir, I want to thank you for taking this effort on. You are to be commended. And counsel like yourself, I used to go up there in my teenage years and we would take the girls up there to try to scare them. And it did for a while, but I ended up having married the one of them almost 50 years ago, so I didn't scare her enough. But everybody went up there. Whether anything was in there or not, it scared them.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yes, this is, now, real quick, is this something that you would want to fast track for? Because I mean,
I think when, in speaking about that, we're not trying to add any additional burden for your approval process. I know you've got lots on your plate for that next meeting. I don't know that we want to do that necessarily, and we've got a little bit of time. We're not in position of that other project. We're still going through some permitting, and so, like I said, we've got our planning applications to be heard next Monday, so we're not asking for that in this case.
all right, I just want to start off with that real quick, just to, what I've seen there is amazing. I mean, it's amazing just your after picture doesn't really justify until you see it in person. It literally looks like you walked into time so far. I mean, it's just I don't even know what you call the concrete above the windows,
Cast stone.
Stone, thank you. They were all falling apart. I mean, they look brand new now. They're still look the same, but brand new. It's just the whole, I'm just in complete awe just to see what it was and to where it's now, especially on the outside. It just, and trying to find the right words to just to see the complete turnaround so far. But I know I'm just might be jumping the gun a little bit, but I would like to make the motion to approve this. So when you get to that point, I guess.
We have more comments, so if you can hold on to that motion, I'll come back to you. Commissioner Stites?
Heights District 7. So a couple different things. So will you have when you talk about people coming, will you be generating sales tax dollars for the county? Or will there be transient guest tax? People aren't staying the night, right?
The caretaker's house will have accommodation for people to stay at night. So yeah, it'll generate sales tax for the events that are private. That's correct, right?
Yes.
So will there be TGT dollars attached to this also?
So haven't gotten as far as that with the county in terms of whether they would charge TGT tax. My guess is they might. The overnight stays are basically for, let's say there's a wedding party, there's going to be a wedding. There might be an overnight with the guests or with the bride or the bridesmaid might want to stay over with her party overnight in the caretaker's houses where that would be. And I don't know if the government would charge transient guest sales tax or not. I guess I would defer to Commissioner Carter on that.
I think there's a lot of variables that come into play of how that was structured and marketed, and so we probably need to get a little bit more clarity on business plan and how that would be marketed and how those rentals would take place to know about the TGT for certain.
Okay, so, but it's going to be marketed for people to come and do things, whatever it may be, a wedding, when you talked about catering. So will there be a catering business ran out of here?
Not a catering business ran out of there, but the events that we're talking about, a corporate meeting, a wedding, a family reunion, an art, a wine, let's say there's a wine night, those would be catered to the facility. So we wouldn't be catering from the facility, but there would be sales in that regard, sales of food, but it would be catered in.
So the SUP that you'll be seeking, what is that for?
That's for all the uses we're talking about. Right now, it's a residential use. It's an R1. The castle's R1. The ones parcel that's to the east is R2, and we're changing that little parcel to R1. But the SUP will allow for all these events, all these types of uses to be done at this property in a combined parcel location, and would include allowing for the catering to come there and for these events to be held. So if there would be a wedding, it would allow for that, for a wedding to be there. And there would be regulations on when, activities, when that could occur and so on and so forth.
So I can, Chelsea, there'll be a development agreement to follow? Is that what we're saying? Or how do we know about the impact on TGT dollars and sales tax dollars and what that performer looks like and moving forward?
So there is a pretty condensed agreement that's associated with a special NRA project. We're dusting all of that off since it's been some time. But we can certainly look at that when we're trying to discuss the just valuation, just to kind of determine the NRA piece. Mr. Holland's client, because he's not focused on having a return on this investment, didn't have those financial projections. But I would presume if there's a short-term rental under that SUP, then it would be subject to TGT.
And I guess that's what I'm asking too. Is there, I mean, are we talking about short-term rental location? Because if that's the case, that falls under the VRBO, which does pay TGT dollars. So I'm just trying to, I think it's great what you're doing. I'm just trying to get my head around what's happening here.
I don't think it followed the strict definitions of short-term rental under the land use codes. But, and I may be wrong.
I think it does. Nobody goes nowhere for no reason.
From what I remember, it was not in the VRBO arena because it's being rented with the house as a special event. You're getting the whole house. You're not renting rooms. Does that make sense?
No, because of VRBO, you rent a whole house.
This one, no, I understand. I don't
know-
know. They seemed to think when we went through with them last time that this did not fall under the VRBO. Because they've already had another application, you can only have so many in a certain area. And so they wanted to make certain we knew that this would not be that.
I'll take a look at the SUP before this would come to committee and follow up.
Just want to make sure that everything that you're asking for isn't condensed in that SUP, so you know what you're getting and we also know what you're getting, right? That way you got it all, it's good and clean and you know what we're getting. Okay, but thank you for what you're doing on this. Very neat location and I look forward to coming in there and checking it out. Thank you.
I would say, Mr. Commissioner, that this isn't the last time we'll see. We will be coming back to you at the full commission on the permit, the SUP part. So we'll have that answered before then. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening to Councilor Holland, Mr. Heitman, and Ms. Gable. Couple of questions for any of you. I guess, Mr. Heitman, do you have at this point an estimated date of completion for all of the changes that Ms. Gable described? Gabler? I want to call, okay.
18 months from now, hopefully.
Okay. 18 months, okay. One of the things you said a couple of times, you weren't looking to make money off of it, and it disturbed me a little because I remember on the commission last term, so we're talking 4 to 5 years ago, where the condition of this castle was at least second page news, if not front page news, and people asking the unified government to intervene. So my concern is if you go through all of the trouble to do what you're proposing to do, which sounds like a good plan, how do you intend to make sure that there is adequate upkeep? How do you really intend to upkeep it? Now your profit margin's up to you, But my concern is that it's done in a way that it doesn't come back to this group asking for, some money to, save this historic entity, other than what you're asking for here.
Well, and that's part of the ask is because, we want to, like, we're gonna set this up eventually as a nonprofit. We'll have a board that oversees it and makes sure that it's long past my time, that it continues on. So what we want to do is ensure that the castle generates revenue that will pay to keep the grass cut, pay the utility bills, all those things it takes to maintain the property. But we want that to be equal zero at the end of the year. So if it takes, I don't know if it's gonna be, 5 events or 10 events or 15 events to cover that overhead, we need to figure that all out in terms of what the revenue will be versus what our expenses will be. But we want that to end up being zero. That's when I say we're not doing this to make money. I'm not, I don't want to get into the event space business as a source of income. So we're truly setting this up for long-term success. And then we also want to have as many events as we can that are donated to charity or that are for the community. So we're only going to have enough private events to make sure that our bills are paid. And I'm hoping that, more than half of the events we do are all going to be donated or all for the community. So the amount, one thing I didn't realize when we first embarked on this is the amount of love and support that the community has for this place. And it's just been overwhelming to see. And so it's really changed my wife and I's, thoughts as we embarked on this. First, we wanted to make sure it didn't fall down, and we did that. But it's like we need to set this up so that the community can enjoy it. And that's what we're doing, is we're just basically going to get it set up so that many generations can enjoy it. And it's not, it's not a for-profit thing for my wife and I or for anybody. It's going to be set up as a nonprofit.
Well, that's great. As long as you figure out what the cost to maintain all of that is, if your profit, is $10 a month, that's okay, I guess. That's the thing that caught my ear when you said you weren't trying to make money. I remember the outcry about the condition of it. And so I'm just trusting that in your financial evaluation of this, you'll make enough to cover and then maybe then something else. Because of the age, I don't know with the changes that are being made, what accommodations are required or may be needed for ADA.
Okay. For ADA, for a historic building that's listed in the National Register, the idea is to give everybody equal access, right? To as much of the building as possible without destroying the historic character. So that's why that addition on the back is really important to us. We're able to get people in at 2 different levels in that addition and then get people up to the first floor. Right now, if you remember from those pictures, the front entry and the front porches are 3 to 4 feet above grade, which is an enormously long ramp. And we really didn't want to put ramps all over outside this building. So that's why we've designed it with the lift. So you'll be able to get out of your car at ADA parking and take a path from the parking lot into that addition and be able to get on that lift and go up to the first floor for events. We're making one of the porches accessible, so you'll be able to even get onto one of the porches from inside. The big east porch that wraps around the east side will be fully accessible. And the whole first floor will be accessible. We'll have an accessible restroom on the first level. And then everything in the basement, all the spaces except for the boiler room, which is 3 feet below the finished floor. But the rest of that lower level, there'll be one event room down there, a small, what we call pantry, just for like doing dishes and things. And then all of the restrooms down there. The restrooms also open to the outside. So on the back of the addition, that restroom, that whole addition can be locked off. So if you're having events outside, so you have somebody up at the wedding venue or somebody at the lawn, the paths between all of those will also be accessible and they'll be able to get into the restrooms in that lower level of the building. So we're providing as much accessibility as we can. We cannot get people to the second or third floor without destroying the building. So we're not having major event spaces on those levels.
Well, would it be open to just touring, not in the sense of a special event, beyond the levels that you talked about?
Yeah, it's not like it's gonna be open from 9 to 5 every day, but what we want to do is we want to designate like the third Friday of each month, we might have a tea room, so to speak, and people can stop by and have coffee and tea or, something like that. So it'll be open to the public. And then we want to have, art shows, art fairs, things like that, that are open to the public. So it's not like it's going to be, and then we'll have certain days where we might do tours, day a month, but it's not going to be like the castle's open 5 days a week or something like that. But we will have lots of opportunities for the public to.
They
enjoy this.
definitely need ghost tours around Halloween.
You need the what? I'm
The
sorry.
ghost tours around Halloween.
We see a lot of field trips with schools and, yeah, ghost tours will be pretty popular.
So will those tours take, yes, beyond just those first levels that you'll be using for the events? Higher
Yeah,
up
I
in the
think it
castle, I don't
will.
know.
I mean, we haven't gotten to those details yet, so I'd have to think about that. There, you want to, the tower is everyone's going to want to go up in the tower.
Mhm.
But the tower is very small, the stairs are very steep, so we just need to think about that in terms of not the type of liability risk and stuff like that.
All right, thank you. Well, good luck to you.
You-
Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Lopez?
Yeah, I wanted to add too that, the history on this, because my parents grew up right down the road from there. And, to the south there is a neighborhood. And I think at one time Anton Sauer, who built it, it was, I want to say it was 400 acres. So that would probably put it on the others, that obviously I-35 didn't exist, so that was part of his land with his winery and all that. But I understand like what Commissioner Townsend was saying too about, is it gonna come back to us one day? I want to say this new owner isn't like the old owner. I don't, you ain't got nothing to worry about. I would just take a drive over and look at it now and you would be amazed. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Seeing none. I'll move on to clerk. Are there any hands raised by the public who wish to speak to this item?
No hands are raised.
Madam Clerk, is there any written comments received from the public?
Comments received.
Great. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this item? You will be given up to 3 minutes to make your comments. Please come to the podium, state your name and city of residence for the record. Welcome, Mr. Kendall.
Good evening, Greg Kendall, with President of the Wyandotte Economic Development Council and a resident here of Kansas City, Kansas. I just wanted to make a couple of comments. One, we have waited a very long time to use this particular program, which is a property tax rebate, because frankly, most of those projects, why they needed a lot of time and they wanted more, 20 years versus our standard 10 years, most of the projects just don't work. And at the same time, you have to have folks who are willing to invest. And so sincere amount of appreciation to Mike and the team for not just wanting to invest, but truly the definition of Neighborhood Revitalization Act. So this is stuck in the middle of a neighborhood, not particularly easy to get to. Mill Road, as you know, is in not very good shape. And most of the projects that have ever come to look at that castle, even if they had just a modicum of financial ability to make the project work, always said, we can't do this unless Mill Road gets fixed as well. That road is a problem. There's no doubt about it. And we're not here to discuss that today. But the other problem is you have to have somebody who has money and the ability to finance it. Today, that castle is valued at about $325,000, and they're looking to put $11 million into it. And they're telling you today that they're not planning to necessarily make any money. And that's good, because frankly, you cannot make $11 million on that castle, on that square footage. And the reason I know that is because I spent 14 years almost looking at that project and a multitude of people who had great ideas and great dreams and could never make that thing pencil out. You have to have somebody who just loves that castle and the team to make it go together. It's a perfect opportunity. I know you all don't sound like you're opposed to it, but I think that sometimes you just have to have everything come together and it takes time and the right people. And to Curtis's point, we looked at every different incentive that we have to offer, not because they're going to make enough money. You couldn't incentivize this at enough money to make it work to give them back $11 million. There is no percentage that works on this project for that. But that's the value of this program, is that it does give back a certain amount of it to say, look, we're invested along with you, and we appreciate the fact that you're investing this in this location. Other projects, it'll be more about the money, but this one really is about defining neighborhood and the revitalization of it. So thank you all, and thank you all for keeping this program alive. Even when we don't bring you lots of options, it is still a valuable tool specifically for these types of projects. So thank you.
Is there anyone else who cares to speak to this item? Let the record show no one else step forward. Committee, that takes us to a motion. I do want to state that we're only talking about the IRB portion. The NRA was discussed in this item. We'll have to take a separate action on the NRA. Okay, so Mr. Stites, please. Who? Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second for approval. Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Call Wakes.
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Stites. Townsend.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, committee. That takes us to the NRA portion of the agreement. The 75% for the incremental property tax reimbursement for the project.
To approve.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Call Wakes.
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Stites. Townsend.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, committee. Thank you for the work. Thank you for preserving a much needed update for a iconic home in our community that many of us have had memories of, and will hopefully have our children have an opportunity to enjoy the site.
Thank you. It was worth the wait.
It is. Committee, this takes us to our last item. It's a budgetary and financial policies of the unified government. We must adopt a resolution approving certain budgetary and financial policies of unified government. I do see we have Shelley Knieven, so I'll recognize Shelley Knieven, our Chief Financial Officer, for presentation and remarks. And we have been here a while, so please, if you can condense it and make your presentation, we're all ears.
Absolutely. Thank you, Shelley Knieven, CFO. We're bringing forward 3 policies for consideration. As I've been here for more than a year, I've identified a few places where we have a lack of policies. And so I'm trying to put in some policies where there isn't one. We looked at best practices. I looked at other cities. I looked at the federal government, the state on drafting all of these. And so the first one is a meal and refreshment policy. The primary thing there is it's a bit of common sense, but that any expenditure of UG funds should have a business purpose for it. And we're also tying the reimbursements to the per diem, which is calculated by the federal government. It's updated all the time. It's by location, by meal. And so we have put in there that people can do the per diem. They can do a travel advance, for example, or they can do actual receipts, but not to exceed the per diem. So that's the primary, I would say, practice change in terms of what we're doing. But there's simply no policy right now about this. And what we had found when we had a P-card audit done a few years ago is we were spending a lot of money on food throughout the entire unified government. So we've tried to put some rules around that. Obviously, we want to have it when it's appropriate, you know, you have a community group or something like that, then you might have like refreshments. We also have added in if we have a person retire, because it's, you know, some departments have a big event, some have little. So we've tried to standardize that and say, okay, of course, we want to recognize people for their service and have a cake and some kind of drinks, you know, refreshments, punch or water or coffee. So that is the first policy. I'll pause. I'm gonna not go through it all in detail, but those are kind of the big pieces of it. Okay. The second policy is for surplus property. In our ordinances, we do have an ordinance that governs real estate. So this is not for real estate. This is for everything else. So if we have vehicles, we have fire trucks, we have desks, we have all kinds of things that might be declared surplus policy. And we don't have a policy or even really a standard consistent practice on how to dispose of that. So this outlines a process, and this helps us in a lot of ways, actually, but it basically says that we'll do a public process. So if we have something to dispose of, we'll put it out for bid. Or if there's not a use for the UG, to reuse it for another department, for example. If there's no viability, if it's broken or something like that, we do walk through the different steps where we could go to the point of recycling. If there is something that is, really doesn't have any kind of value left, it's broken, a broken chair, for example. But this also helps us make sure that our insurance lists are up to date and our fixed assets lists are up to date by having this process that we go through to document when we dispose of surplus property. So that is what this policy does. And then the final one is the gift card policy, which we don't have a policy about this. Every auditor you will ever speak to says, do not allow purchase of gift cards. It is one of the most common ways that people do fraud against their organization. They use the public funds to buy gift cards that never go for a public purpose. They go to an individual or just cash back in. Unfortunately, I've worked at an organization where that actually happened, and the person was a high-level employee and ended up going to federal prison over it. But what we've done is we've come up with a policy that says you can have gift cards that you purchase if there's a business purpose, but there has to be a really kind of stringent documentation. So whoever buys the gift cards, how they're used, what they're used for, the person receiving the gift card needs to sign for it that I really received the gift card, because we do know that there might be times that it is appropriate to do this. You know, we have a lot of youth programs, for example, and we might have a gift card program that we're doing something with them to incentivize them to do something, whatever the case might be. But it should really be infrequent. We don't really want to encourage this, but if we do find a business purpose, it gets pre-approved and then it's very well documented so that we're sure that there's no fraud involved. So that's the essence of the third policy. This might be the quickest I've ever done it.
Well, thank you. Questions committee? Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you for undertaking this, Madam CFO. This is a very important question. And I looked at your meal and food policy. Was there any particular reason this would be under the refreshments and the event retirements? They talk about what you can purchase in terms of just water or coffee. Was there any particular reason they didn't also include like soft drinks or tea, punch, or, I mean, how strict do you have to be in this? So, thank you.
We could certainly add that in. I don't think our intention was to be so stringent, but just to encourage people to be consistent across departments and be reasonable and not be, you know, overly excessive.
Right. Okay. Well, I would be in favor of adding something like that. Punch, tea, soft drinks.
Could add in, you know, or comparable drinks.
Comparable, yeah. But thank you for undertaking this. Thank you.
Yeah.
Beverage. Well, we can't have alcohol. That's the other thing.
No, yeah. Soft drinks, beverage, yeah, no. See.
Commissioner Lopez.
Just real quick, like some of the, when you were saying some of the surplus stuff, well, like Public Works, you know, when they have their old trucks, well, they already put them on Purple Wave and sell them,
Mhm.
where they trade them in.
That's right. And that would be
There's already a
acceptable.
policy in place.
So that is true. They are doing that by practice, but there's no policy that says they have to do that. And we've had other situations where there's been requests, you know, maybe there's a smaller governmental agency, can we just donate this vehicle to them or this
Right, just like
equipment?
what the fire department did with that old tanker.
Yeah, like, well, they wanted to. And so actually what we've learned is that because it is pretty common for fire departments for older equipment to be able to help out smaller agencies, there's a couple of websites like Purple Wave that are really tailored towards those small agencies so that they can get equipment that still has some life on it at a really reasonable price. This policy doesn't prevent that. It just says you go through a public process. You just don't pick out whoever you want to get the piece of equipment. And then it also governs where the proceeds go to. So right now, we've got a fleet replacement fund that we've started. We don't really have a robust system, but we'll create also a technology replacement fund. Someday, when we're in a better financial place, I know, but when we're in a better financial place, we'll be able to have these replacement funds where we budget up front for the replacement of vehicles, which also takes the proceeds from the sale. So eventually we'll get into a position where we can better fund some of our equipment, but this governs where those dollars go, which also is kind of up in the air. It's not done consistently.
Seeing no other questions, I'll ask Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, are there any written comments from the public?
No comments received.
Any raised hands from the public online who wish to speak?
No hands raised.
I'll ask if anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this item. Step forward. Let the record show no one step forward. Thank you. I'd entertain a motion for approval. I ask legal, can we do these all in one vote or do you want to break them out all three individually?
One
Chairman,
resolution.
the resolution anticipates all three together.
Okay, all three together. We'll do it all three. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to approve the resolution as submitted with the inclusion of the amendment to language in the meal and food policy.
Second.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what the amendment was.
The soft drinks, non-alcoholic
Okay,
drinks.
thank you. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, did you get the amendment?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Call Wakes,
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Stites. Townsend.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Committee, thank you for your work tonight. That concludes our meeting this evening.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for adjournment. Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Call Wakes.
Aye.
Lopez.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Stites. Townsend.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. For those that are sticking around for the Neighborhood and Community Development Standing Committee, it'll be on in about 5 minutes. Thank you for your patience.
Hey, everyone, we're going to get started in about 4 minutes. 4 minutes, we're going to transition and get started very quickly. Thank you. Okay, everyone, we're going to go ahead and get started. Oh, here. Also, before we get started, these microphones right here where staff is at are just not loud enough. So can we switch them out? Just like Desiree, we'll switch you out with just another microphone. They're just not loud enough on YouTube. I don't know if you all were watching ED&F online. We just could not hear folks only that were sitting up there.
Commissioners, because they don't speak into their.
Oh, okay, cool. So they're just okay, cool. All right. Well, just make sure to project your voice as best as possible. All right, y'all, let's go ahead and get started. Before I call this meeting to order, I want to announce that some committee members, staff, and members of the public are attending remotely via Zoom as well as on site. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. When speaking, please speak directly into a microphone to ensure everyone listening is able to hear your comments and to ensure a clear record is made. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time that you speak so that the public that is observing knows who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and its current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. The public is allowed to participate by Zoom or submit comments by email prior to the meeting, and those comments will be included in the record of this meeting. The public may also indicate their intent to provide remote public comment by contacting the clerk's office by noon on the day of the meeting. The public will also have an opportunity to provide brief comments either by telephone or via Zoom from the 5th floor conference room of the municipal office building. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time that you speak so that those that is observing knows who is speaking. If public comments are allowed on the agenda item, comments should be limited to the topic at hand. Disruptive comments and behavior are not permitted and may result in the removal from the meeting. My name is Andrew Davis, Chair, Commissioner Davis, the Chair of Neighborhood and Community Development Standing Committee. This is June 2nd, 2025. I'll now call the meeting to order. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Hill.
Here.
Harris. We have an absence memo. Townsend.
Here.
Bynum. Here. Davis.
Here. Thank you so much, Clerk. We do have a quorum. Okay, Clerk, were there any revisions to the agenda this evening?
There are no revisions.
Okay. All right. Do we have any minutes to approve?
No minutes to approve.
No minutes to approve. Okay. Our first item on the agenda is transportation. And so I know we have a presentation that will be loaded up here momentarily. I will hand it off to you, Ms. Desiree.
Commissioners.
Can you put the microphone closer and just, there you go. Yep, you're good.
Kind of weird hearing yourself in the mic, but good evening, commissioners. My name is Desiree Bush, and I'm the director of the Unified Government Transportation Department. In September of 2024, I presented our service optimization plan to move forward with our reroute services. And today I'm bringing forward a general update for information only. So a little bit about us. We offer fixed route services under the Ride KC regional brand. Matter of fact, we offer multiple services under the Ride KC regional brand, and we also partner with the Kansas City Area Transportation Authority, better known as KCATA. So for the Ride KC bus, we have 9 fixed routes in our Wyandotte County area. 5 are owned and operated by the Unified Government Transportation Department, and we contract 4 additional fixed route services to KCATA. Then we have our Ride KC On Demand. That's basically our IRIS program. Hopefully you all have heard of our IRIS program. We certainly do the best that we can to market it. This is one of our most popular programs. It's a share ride service. It's similar to Uber or Lyft, where folks can download the IRIS app to reserve their ride. It's a $3 fare per person each way. Then we have Ride KC Freedom. That's our paratransit service where we serve those who are seniors aged 65 years and older and our disabled population. So we do require a pre-approval process to take advantage of the Ride KC program. We also have the non-emergency medical transportation program. We partnered with the Wyandotte County Health Department in 2022 to launch this program, and it allows direct access to 7 participating medical clinics in our area, such as KU, Mercy and Truth, Swope Health in the Health Department. Then we have Ride KC Bike, where we offer e-bikes. We have 9 KCK hubs. Our most popular hub is City Hall, KU Medical Center, Rosedale Park, Fisher Park, and more, and that is administered by Bike Walk KC. And excuse the typo on the next bullet, it's not Groundhound, but it's Greyhound. But our Greyhound service is not operated technically under the Ride KC regional brand. They do use the 47th Street Transit site to transport passengers to Wichita, Denver, Topeka, and more. And then we have Way to Go carpooling that's administered by MARC, better known as Mid-America Regional Council. Or this program is active in 5 counties in Missouri and 4 in Kansas. But basically, it's an app-driven program that allows commuters to carpool with volunteer drivers. Here's a snapshot of our existing services as of today. So in the blue, you have the KCATA routes. They operate 4 routes. As I mentioned before, we contract 4 routes to KCATA, and that's the 101 State Avenue, 104 Argentine, the 107 7th Street, and the 106 Quindaro. And then in the red, you have our services that's operated by the Unified Government Transportation Department. We operate 5 routes. That's the 102 Central, the 103 Fairfax, 113th Leavenworth Road, 116th Parallel Parkway, and the 118th 18th Street. We have transit hubs in the area. We have the 7th Street Transit Hub, Midtown Transit Hub, Legends, and our Southern connections consist of the Mission Transit Hub on the east side, as you see in the blue, that's going to the east, which is the right of this map, that's 12th and Charlotte. So that's the 101 State Avenue. So we have the East Village Transit Center. And at the transit center, just FYI, that's where you're able to transfer to other FITS routes. I presented this snapshot of our 13-year trend back in September to basically bring forward our average obligation, which is our contractual commitment to KCATA, and discuss the increase of services. So average, we spend about 3.8 million on the current level of services. That's the 4 routes that we contract out to KCATA. Last year, I mentioned we were facing a 57% increase. So I requested 3.4 million to continue our services because we have ARPA funds, COVID funds that carry forward. Now we are obligated to spend 100% of those funds by the end of 2025. So back in 2024, we were facing a 2.4 million deficit. We were not approved, but we went revenue neutral, and therefore we made some cuts. So today we will discuss those cuts. So moving forward, we wanted to focus on optimizing our routes. We wanted to enhance our services as best as we can based on our budget. We are actively collaborating with KCATA in Johnson County on regional services. We also completed our comprehensive service analysis that was done by WSP. That was completed February 2024. We used our analysis to make the changes. Within the analysis, we reviewed demographic and geographic data that consist of your zero-car households, minority data, also schools within the area. So we wanted to concentrate on high-density areas and make sure transportation is still relevant. Here is the proposed redesign of our routes. So in the blue, those are the routes that will still be in existence. This will take effect Monday, July 7th. And in the red, we have the routes that we will eliminate. Here shortly, I'll discuss those changes. So it's basically the same as what I brought forward last year. We are cutting the 118th, 18th Street route, and we are eliminating the 113 Leavenworth Road. We're taking over 2 of the KCATA routes that we have contracted to them over the years. So our department is taking over the 106 Quindaro and the 104 Argentine. There are any route changes to the 104 Argentine. So it will be the same route, but the 106 will extend it to 72nd Street, 72nd, excuse me, and Leavenworth Road. So we will be able to serve some parts of Leavenworth Road, but west of 72nd, we will not have service. Also keep in mind, we have Amazon in that area. They do have a bus shelter right on Leavenworth Road. We will not serve them anymore. So from 72nd to the Legends will be eliminated. Also with the 106 and the 104 Argentine, there will be no weekend service. So no Saturday or Sunday service. Now with the 116 West Parallel, we'll actually start that from KCKCC to the Legends. We aimed for at least a 45-minute frequency, but based on our route plan, we are actually moving that forward to a 60-minute because that does incorporate like small breaks for our operators to use of facilities. With the 103, right now, we currently enter into the Missouri side. So we have redesigned the 103 to serve the Northeast community only and not go into the Missouri side. However, we'll start at the 7th Street Transit Hub. So they could transfer to the 101 State Avenue to enter Missouri, just FYI. So here's another snapshot of our map. I have a QR code. You're more than welcome to scan the QR code. Our public can scan this QR code as well. And we will use this for our upcoming informational session that's scheduled for the later part of June. So our next informational session will be hosted June 12th, and I'll talk about that here shortly. So from this map in the red, the elimination, we're moving forward with not 9 routes, but 7. So we're eliminating 2, keeping that in mind, 18th Street and Leavenworth Road. So now we're down to 7 fixed routes. Here's the same map, but I did add a layer of our micro transit. Basically Iris, Ride Casey on Demand, spoke about Iris earlier, it's that share ride service. What we like about this service, and not only us as staff, but our commuters as well, it's a door-to-door service, same as our Ride Casey on Demand paratransit. Folks can book a ride through the app. Will come directly to your house or location. We saw an increase in ridership, and I'll discuss those numbers here shortly, but I did want to provide a layer showing you that even though we are eliminating our 2 fixed routes, we have a large coverage of micro transit. So as I mentioned before, with our IRIS program, we saw growing numbers. We actually launched IRIS in October 2023. We started with the Midtown, the Legends Zone. With the Midtown, the Legends Zone, I did list the service area coverage. So it's basically 47th Street to the Legends. And then we serve Edwardsville on the south side to Leavenworth Road on the north side. And then in February, we launched a Northeast Zone. And once we launched the Northeast Zone, we saw growing numbers. Like we received, it was a 90% trend from January to May alone when you compare that ridership. We started with 300 a month, then it bumped up to 700 a month. And in February, when we launched, it was about 1,000, and now we're at over 1,600 a month. So it's certainly growing. We have a 4.8 rating. You see here that plus 98.3%. That's from when we originally started to date. So just FYI, it's quite a popular program. And this year I did submit a request to continue the IRIS program, and it cost about $900,000. Right now it is grant funded. We were approved for a KDOT grant to launch this program, and then we received UG ARPA to continue the program. And as you know, ARPA is supposed to be spent by the end of the year, which we will do so, but thereafter, we do not have the funds to move IRIS forward. So I want to put that on the floor today. It does cost $900,000. It's a 7-day service. That is Sunday through Saturday. We're recommending 2 non-ADA vehicles and 1 ADA vehicles, right? vehicle. For weekend service, currently as we stand, it's from 7 to 4:30. I am recommending extending the service from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Okay, so we'll be able to keep the service running at least until 7 p.m. Any questions on my change request real quick? No? Okay.
You keep going. Yeah, we'll get to questions after.
Okay. As I mentioned before, our route service redesign, the 102 Central, that's our most popular route. We have a ridership of over 80,000. There will be no changes to the 102. For the 103, just to reiterate, we redesigned it to basically serve the northeast end of Wyandotte County rather than downtown Missouri. Leavenworth Road, we're eliminating. However, we'll use the 106 to provide service from 7th Street Transit Hub, Quindaro up to 72nd and Leavenworth Road, and it will end at KCKCC, where folks can transfer to another fixed route service. For the 116, we will start at KCKCC and end at the Legends. For 118 18th Street, we're eliminating, but we have the 402 Johnson County that will operate during peak hours. 101 State Avenue, no changes, so we'll still provide that weekday extended hourly service and weekend service. For the 104, no route changes, but we will not offer weekend service. 106, I basically stated that no weekend service on the 106. And then the 107, we'll be able to extend the 107 to the plaza because we have the KC streetcar project that should be completed by the end of 2025. So starting January of 2026, the streetcar will be finished and we'll reroute the 107 to the plaza area. And here's a snapshot of all of the transit hubs that I mentioned earlier. We have the 7th Street Transit Hub, so I listed the fixed routes that would be available for transfer, the 47th Street, Legends, KCKCC, and then our Mission Transit Center. So this is a snapshot of a 13-year trend, pre and post the revenue neutral. So since we were not approved for the 2.4 million, we're taking over the 2 routes. However, to move forward with fixed route service, we will need 1.9 million, and I submitted that for our budget request for next year in 2026. So it's estimated that we will be obligated to 5.8 million to contract 2 routes to KCATA, and that's the 101, the 101 and the 107. But keep in mind, you may think that's a relatively high amount, but it does cost about 2.5 to 2.8 million to run those routes. And then the 101 frequency is 30 minutes. So intervals is coming every 30 minutes. That's the only route that has the best frequency. The other routes are hourly or hour and a half. And when you discuss land development, economic development opportunities, such as the home field master plan that was presented tonight, you have Atlas 9, K1 Speedway coming. That provides an employment opportunity for our people in Wyandotte County. And I kid you not, I'm gonna just speak firsthand, candidly, I would not use our transportation to get to work. I would more than likely use Iris, even though it's $3, that's $6 a day each way for me to get to work, and that's $1,500 a year, just because it would take me over 2 hours to get from 7th Street to the Legends if I worked at Atlas 9 or the home field, because you have to transfer. So you would use the 106 Quindaro transfer at the 7th Street Transit Hub, and then you have to take the 101. But keep in mind, the 106 is running hourly. So if you're late, then you're going to be an hour behind clocking in. So when we discuss transportation, keep that in mind. There are some benefits to partnering with KCATA. They have bigger vehicles. They're able to offer extended hours, weekend hours. That they have a direct contact connect with the KC streetcar. So they also provide interstate access for paratransit. So I know you all may receive calls in regards to our Ride KC Freedom. Internally, the Unified Government Transportation Department, we provide intrastate service. That means we stay within the county limits only. We contract interstate service to KCATA. So folks who live in Wyandotte County that have a doctor's appointment or may work on the Missouri side, we cannot transport them. Our hands are tied. That's when KCATA is able to step in and help us with our paratransit service. And they have a ridership of about 700 a month. That folks who are already pre-approved that live in Wyandotte County that need to travel to Missouri, they're able to provide that service. So even though I'm asking for 1.9 million, this includes paratransit services. This includes fixed route. If that's not approved, then we would more than likely have to look at cutting the 101. And that's a high ridership of over 800,000, let alone the 7th Street Transit Hub, 7th in Minnesota. Ridership in 1 year is almost 1 million. So that is a most important route to our county. I just wanted to bring that forward to you all. We are offering some informational sessions to discuss what I presented today, to discuss the changes that are coming. We are offering the sessions Thursday, June 12th, and Monday, June 16th, from 5:30 PM to 7 PM. And we are asking the public to come out, share their experience, learn more about our routes, and also it's the opportunity for us to train individuals on how to utilize the new routes. And also opportunity to share our IRIS program. We can help them download the app and just informational session to have 101 with our commuters. We'll have that map that I displayed earlier that has the QR code. They can scan it and add their comments. So if you already scanned it, you'll see that you'll be able to add a public comment. And we will utilize public comments in the future to help advocate to bring back the routes that we're eliminating. And that is all that I have. That concludes my presentation. Questions?
Thank you so much, Director Bush. Colleagues, if you all just give me a moment to address the public comment, and then I'll close the public comment, and then we will discuss. I know this was a lot to digest. Clerk, were there any written comments received for this item?
No comments were received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands are raised.
Okay, for the folks that are patiently waiting here in the gallery, would anybody like to speak to this particular item? Let the record show no one has approached. I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion. Committee, any questions? Director Bush, as always, thank you so much for being here. I know it's been a long day and that was a very insightful presentation. Any comments or questions? Yes, Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Chair. And Desiree, thanks to you and your team. I think you're doing a remarkable job in a challenging department. My question is, can you tell us more about the context in which you say that you might have to make cuts to the 101, since that is a KCATA operated route?
Absolutely. So we requested 1.9 million to continue our contract, our contractual obligation to KCATA. So for the 2 fixed routes, you're looking at about 5.8 million a year. And then take into consideration maybe a 10% increase for the outer years, staff costs, capital, et cetera. So more than likely it will increase in the future, but that cost does include not only your capital, your staff, just the full operations of our fixed routes and frequency. So if your goal is to increase the frequency like that would be our goal specifically for the World Cup. We would like to increase the frequency to every 15, 20 minutes, at least for a 90-day period. Well, that comes at a cost because that's more capital, it's more vehicles on the road. So what I mean by the 1.9 million, if we're not approved, then we'll need to, look at making some cuts to the 101 State Avenue or the 107. However, we pay more into the 101 State Avenue. So we just need to control our obligation, our expenses.
And so your request to budget and finance as we look at 26 includes 1.9, but also the 900,000. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
And that's to continue our current level, well, effective July, that level of service through this routes, paratransit. Then with Iris, we are asking 900,000. A grant did cover it for the past couple of years. But to continue that level of service for a 7-day service period, it does cost about 900,000. Keep in mind, we want to keep it ADA friendly as well.
Right.
Because paratransit, the paratransit program is used for essential destinations. At one point, we had it open where if you can pretty much go anywhere, if you wanted to go to the salon, to the nail shop, etc. But it's in such high demand, we do not have the capacity. So we did cap it for essential destinations only. And we are encouraging riders to use the IRIS program, pay the $3 fare, and then we can take you to the non-essential destination.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bynum. Let's do Commissioner Hill and then Commissioner Townsend. Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Desiree, for your report. I just want to make sure I understand. 1.9 million plus 900,000 plus 100,000 for Iris.
No, the Ride Casey on demand, that's Iris, that's 900,000 to continue the service.
That's in that, okay.
Two zones that we have the Midtown, we have the Northeast zone. So when we brought the Northeast zone on board, we were already seeing that monthly increase of ridership with the Midtown, the Legends. But the benefit to adding the Northeast, you could be here at City Hall and I can go out to the Legends Walmart for $3. So you don't even have to face a transfer at a transit hub. That's why it's a premium service. So we have that buy-in, folks are using the service because it's more convenient. And then as I mentioned before, if you want to go to work, we can come to your house and pick you up. It does offer the curb to curb, and then you're able to be dropped off at your place of employment. So it's 900,000 for Iris. That's one program. Second program or request is 1.9 million. That's for fixed routes.
Okay. And then, is there any plans in the future to charge riders?
For the fixed routes, yes, but that's a political conversation to have.
Okay,
Yes, we
okay.
are advocating for that, and Commissioner Burrows is a part of the KCATA board. He's an advocate for it. Certainly, that would be our goal because just to bring it forward, we are with the revenue, we're missing out at about almost $1 million, between 800,000 and $1 million. Well, that helps us offset our operations. For me to purchase fleet, for us to bring on additional personnel, and we can offset those costs. But the situation that we've been in since COVID, we've been fare free. So therefore, it falls back on the local government to pay, that service. And then we had the COVID and ARPA funds to offset costs. Well, while you're offsetting costs, it's actually increasing in the background. It makes it look like, oh, we're only paying 3.8 million. Well, technically, okay, yes, in that moment, but on the back end, personnel is increasing, fleets increasing, et cetera. And now you're being hit once ARPA is done. Say, here's your real cost. Well, the real cost without redesigning the routes, if we continue the service, will be over $10 million for us. So we can't meet that. We just can't meet it. So therefore, we're going to bring it in-house to our department, train our drivers on the new routes, and move forward and subcontract 2 routes to KCATA, the 101 State Avenue and the 7th Street.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Harrell. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Bush. I'm going to go back to the same questions about the funding and the scope of it, and that my colleagues talked about, just so I'm clear as well. And I'm looking at the two slides where it talks about the 2026 service level, and it shows the 1.9 million. And then the fixed route connection page before that. Is there some way that can be put back up on the screen? It's the slide that has in the lower left-hand corner, 2026 service level of that one. And then we can go back to the one before, but we'll start there. So again, your request to the commission would be the 1.9 million. That's for the fixed routes. That includes routes currently run by KCATA. Right?
This would be
Those routes,
effective. Yes, that's
all
correct.
of them.
That is correct.
Okay.
For
And-
KCATA, it will only be the 101 State Avenue and the 107. Because on this slide, we're not defining which entity is running the route. I'm
Right.
defining the transit hub.
Right, but those are all fixed routes. And so those are routes covered by your request for the 1.9 million.
The 1.9 million is specifically for the 101 State Avenue. We're listing all the routes here, including UGT and Johnson County. This is a fixed route connection slide, so I'm listing our transportation hubs or transit hubs, like the 7th Street Transit Hub, where you're able to transfer to another fixed route. But specifically to your question, in this slide, I'm highlighting in the orange, post revenue neutral, since we weren't approved for that 2.4 million, and we're using all of our ARPA funds. We have a bullet, ARPA funds expire in 2025. We're using it. We've offset this year's contractual obligation by our remaining ARPA funds. So I have a subsidy to offset those costs, but in 2026, I have any subsidies. There aren't any more ARPA funds. There's no more COVID funds. Now we're faced with the full price, and that's the 101 State Avenue and the 107.
So those are the only two that would be included in the 1.9 million. Is that it? Okay, okay. Then there was additional ask for 900,000 to keep the current level of IRIS service. Is that correct?
That is correct. However, currently it's on the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, it's from 7 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. And I'm recommending to extend it to 7 p.m. So a couple of hours. But besides that, yes, current level.
So that extension that you would propose would be included in the 900,000.
It's two separate requests. So I talked about two.
I'm just trying to get to a number. All of us want to hear the number that you, or two or three numbers that you're going to be asking for and what they would include.
Total would be like 2.9 million that I'm requesting in 2020.
Okay.
That's the total. But, but the IRIS program, this is the cost to run the program. We have a grant that's funding it right now. We have 2 zones. Also think about World Cup around the corner. The Share Ride Service community events that's probably going to take place at Strawberry Hill, and the March parties at Memorial Hall. Just kind of throwing that out there. Folks who want to utilize the service. Besides that, we have fixed routes and the frequency on the 101s every 30 minutes, and that's it.
You know the stuff backwards and forwards, clearly.
I do.
What I would like to see is just one little page that shows what you want, the 1.9, and then something else that would add up to 2.9 million. That's your final ask. And what is covered by that ask? Just one simple thing,
Sure,
because
I can-
yeah, that would be most helpful. With the IRIS, the use of the IRIS, you said that's limited to essential services only?
No, that's for KC Freedom, that's paratransit. So paratransit, you serve those who are disabled and seniors.
Well, what about IRIS services? Can you go to the grocery store and to the nail salon?
Our service is open to the public. You must be 13 years of age or older to utilize the service. So folks, they use it, students use it to go to Wyandotte High School. They use it to go to Donnelly College. They go to grocery store. If you want to go get your nails done, you want to go to the all-white party, you want to go to your friend's house. This is like a Uber or Lyft type of program. You download the app and it will take you to wherever you want to go, as long as you're within the zone. So I showed earlier our zone right here. It's a wide coverage in comparison to the its routes.
Okay.
So that's why we have folks utilizing Iris, because our fixed routes is simply not convenient.
Mm-hmm. And all you have to do is download that app, just as you would Uber or Lyft or whatever. Okay. Okay.
I've tried it before.
It won't be tonight, I assure you. It will not be tonight. Nothing new tonight. I'm just trying to get the very important information that you're sharing tonight. You mentioned that there will be dates where this will be offered again to the public for questions. What were those dates again?
Thursday, June 12th and Monday, June 16th, 5:30 PM to 7 PM at the 47th Street Transit Center.
Okay.
Right next door to Area Aging, it's in between Area Aging and, Midtown Police Department.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate all the time and effort you put into this. That one-page summary I would find most helpful backed up with this. Because when we go into budget, I'll know what you're asking and what's included in that. That just very simple like that. But thank you for your hard work in this.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Director. Just kind of my one question, and you had kind of alluded to it, Director Bush, World Cup. And I think it behooves us to have this conversation and to really think through what folks will experience when they are on our state line, not just visitors, but our own community, and what that experience will be. Can you speak to, if any, details or any preparation that is taking place that would be good for us and the public to know regarding the World Cup for 2026?
Absolutely. Desiree Bush, Director of the Unified Government Transportation Department. I am a part of the KC 2026 World Cup Transportation Group. Where Jason Sims is the Director of Transportation for the KC 2026 group. I've been a part of that for over a year. We are actively collaborating with Johnson County and KCATA on moving forward, preparing for our route services. Did submit quite a few projects. I can tell you our objective, but in doing so, please keep in mind we have not identified funding for our projects. Brought forward two ideas this evening. One, keeping our standard service, the one-on-ones in the 7th Street. But we aim to increase our frequency for the one-on-one State Avenue. We want to support rapid transit, specifically for the one-on-one State Avenue. Rapid transit means intervals every 20 minutes, your frequency is 20 minutes or less, at least every 15 minutes for a 90-day period. For our operators, we plan to move forward with providing service on the weekend if approved for that level of overtime. So at least on the weekends, our visitors and residents alike can tour the city and experience the community events that take place. We have secured Speedway as a parking lot location, so that's one definite. For the Speedway parking lot location, we'll be able to shuttle visitors to and from Arrowhead for the game days only. Also secured a fourth and State parking lot for any downtown community events, so we can run a circular route. Additionally, I submitted a request for a hotel comfort shuttle because Johnson County, they'll provide shuttle service from KCI Airport to the regional area. However, that has not been approved, so I don't want to speak too much on it, but if approved, we'll be able to partner with them and have a designated location to drop folks off directly to the airport, such as Chateau Avalon Margaritaville, Best Western, Fairfield, and a couple other, the Hilton, you have the Comfort Inn,
Yeah.
right by Walmart. And that's, also stadium support, soccer field stadium support in the Legends area when they're practicing. So it could be like Sporting Way, Compass Minerals. We're not sure about what activities, games will take place, practice, or et cetera, but we know that we'll have spectators and we want to be able to cater as well.
Awesome.
And for Iris, it is like I said, a shared ride service. So folks who want to tour the area, it's an alternative versus the Fitz routes, just because our Fitz routes are not convenient. And we certainly don't want the reputation, or you know how social media is, where folks are upset and a mass amount of visitors saying that the frequency, excuse my language, sucks, you know?
Yeah. Awesome, awesome. Well, if there's no more questions, Director Bush, thank you so much. This has been very, very informative and timely, considering we will be deciding on revenue neutral here pretty soon, as well as a budget either this summer or the fall. So thank you so much. We really, really appreciate all your hard work, and we're very excited. And congrats, by the way, on the grant. If I'm not mistaken, you all received a grant for the transit hub down here downtown for a mural. If you want to talk just briefly about that.
We were approved out of the United States. We were one of 5.
Wow, it's a big deal.
We approve. It's a small grant amount, 60,000, but certainly mighty. So what we plan to do, we'll use the grant to focus on a mural, a community mural. We have put together our mural committee that consists of our residents, representation of the unified government, downtown shareholders, KCKCC, livable neighborhood groups that's in the area. We have our muralist, and the upcoming Wednesday will be our 3rd meeting, and we will have our final design concept in place by the end of June. But we're certainly excited to bring it forward. Also, this grant will work simultaneously with a separate grant. It's a 7th Street Corridor grant, so we'll be able to install new bus shelters. I'm not sure if you all saw that KCATA, they're installing their new shelters over town, and ours is coming soon, but it's the same sort of metal mesh, more durable, anti-graffiti shelter. We'll have real-time arrival signs, what you see along the KC streetcar, if you ever rode the KC streetcar. So we'll replace the kiosks downtown. As you know, they're dilapidated anyway, including the shelters. They'll all be replaced, and we'll have new receptacles and benches as well. So we certainly look forward to bringing more of a visual appeal to our community.
Awesome. Yes, Commissioner Townsend, before we conclude.
Thank you. One more thing, because Ms. Bush, you know the ins and outs of this and the ups and the downs. I was thinking about a particular population that sometimes is still unaware of a lot of the options, and particularly this, the Iris option to go. Some months ago, I had lunch at one of the senior centers. And I was wondering if, I can talk to you about this offline, about maybe going to some of these senior centers where they have lunch and all that, and talk to that population about the options that might be available to them, particularly when they say, well, I can't get from A to B with the bus, or I was supposed to be picked up. So, but we'll talk offline about that. But that was a thought, that maybe that would be a good targeted market, and they're not likely to come to the later informational settings that you'll have, but we'll talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Bush. We will go ahead and transition to our land bank. Go ahead and get something started for these options. All right. Gentlemen, welcome.
Good evening, Commissioners. Michael Sutton, redevelopment coordinator. I did want to announce, we did have to pull some of these applications out.
Okay.
Item A9, PT2, PT3, PT4, PT13, PT14, and PT16.
And Mr. Sutton, was that information uploaded to the software so we'll see it in real time, or is that still on the website?
They are off. I took them all off.
Okay, cool. So they should be, it should be, okay, great. That's gonna help with kind of the flow of things and hopefully get us out of here a little bit quicker. So you all go ahead and take it away. Do make sure your microphones are close enough to your mouth so we can hear, and for folks that are watching online, they can hear as well. Yes, please take it away.
Starting with our residential options. Item A1, 643 North 54th Street. Item A2, 1213 Wood Avenue. This one actually did get some opposition from the neighborhood, well, from the Land Bank Advisory. Question was, if we send out the notice to property owners, and it's saying that we do not have a law to enforce comments on it.
Before you continue, Commissioner Townsend, make sure your microphone is on, Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you. You're saying this is, what was the one that preceded this? I'm looking at a 1211 Wood. I'm missing a 1213 Wood.
Yes, item A2.
I mean, is there a 1211 Wood or should have been 1213 Wood? I'm just looking at my listing.
1213 Wood.
It's always been 1213, Commissioner. There is another 813 is 1983 Wood Avenue. So there are two woods on the agenda. But there's not, there was not a 1211 Wood.
In this one it is, but okay. So the current one for discussion is 13 Wood?
Yes.
Correct. Yeah, Judge just pointed this out. I believe what happened at some point was 1211 and 1213 were combined as lots. And that
Okay.
1211 was the one that, for whatever reason, stood out or stuck. But if you put in 1213 Wood, it'll take you to this address right here.
Okay, so are we talking about just one lot or two combined lots, or what are we talking
This
about?
applicant requested these 5 lots. This is actually 5 lots right here. It's 1211, 1209, then 1830, 1826, and 1824.
Okay, so again, the 1213, is that a part of that grouping or not? Because I'm not seeing it on.
It is, yes, yes,
Okay.
ma'am. So I believe what happened was at some point, those 1211 and 1213 were combined.
Okay,
And for whatever reason, the 1211 is the address that stayed. But if you put in 1213 Wood, in your GPS, it'll take you right to this location.
Thank you for that clarity. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. Thank you. That's a really good catch, Commissioner. Please proceed, Mr. Sutton.
Next one we have is 2024 North 76 Terrace. This applicant would like to do 1 unit, 2 bed, 1 bath.
Mr. Sutton, can you pull the microphone just a little bit closer
I
to your mouth?
apologize, this is a little better.
Yeah, yes, we're still getting folks complaining they can't hear. So yeah, we'll just have to be extra loud tonight. Please proceed.
2420 North 76 Terrace. This applicant is trying to do 1 home, 2 bed, 1 bath, 750 square feet to live in. The next one we have is 2949 North 40th Street. This applicant looks to build 1 unit or 1 home, 3 bed, 2 bath, 2,000 square feet to live in. '8708 Yecker Avenue. 1 home to build, 3 bed, 2 bath, 1,500 square feet to live in. Item A6, 2431 South 11th. Applicants looking to build 1 house, 3 bed, 2 bath, 2,200 square feet to live in. Item A7, 54 South 20th Street. Applicant looks to build 1 home, 2 bed, 1 bath, and they're looking to rent this product. Item A8, 2930 North 59th Street. Applicants looking to build 1 home, 3 bed, 2 bath, 1,600 square feet, and looking to sell it. Item A10 is 341 Richmond Avenue. We did receive some opposition on this one from a resident. We tried to figure out who this resident was so we could get some clarification on it, on the comment. The comment was, have longtime residents had an opportunity to acquire this property? And my answer to that was yes, it's been open to the public, to my knowledge, as this is a new construction project and not a yard extension. Item A11 is at 903 Freeman. And they're looking to do 5 units, total 3 bed, 3 bath each, 1,400 square feet for sale. And this one also had opposition from the neighborhood and the land bank advisory, with the neighborhood stating that they have not had any contact with this applicant. Also pointing out that this is in the Douglas Sumner area plan, Douglas Sumner area, and they would like for any type of development in there to match those plans. Item A12, 208 North Thorpe Street. Applicants looking to do 1 home, 3 bed, 2 bath, 1,500 square feet for sale. And then our final residential new construction, A13, is at 1983 Wood Avenue. Applicants looking to do 1 home, 3 bed, 2 bath, 1,500 square feet for sale.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sutton. We will pause right there. I'm going to do a call for public comment on all of the A applications, and then we will get to it. Yes, Commissioner Townsend, you had a question.
Yes, maybe I missed it, but before the public comment, did we discuss A9, 2100 North 10th and 2108 North 10th.
It has been
That was
pulled.
pulled. Okay,
Right, that one was pulled.
thank you.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and do public comment. Okay, let's start with A1. A1 is 643 North 54th Street. Clerk, was there a comment sent in for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands raised.
Would anybody in the public like to speak to this item? Let the record show no one has approached. For A2, which is 1213 Wood Avenue, any public comment received for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands raised.
For folks in the public, would anybody like to speak to this item? Let the record show no one has approached. For A3, 2024 North 76 Terrace, clerk, did we receive any comment for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands raised.
For the public, would anybody like to speak to this item? Okay, we'll move on to the next one, A5, 8708 Yecker Avenue. Clerk, did we receive a comment for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands raised.
Would anybody like to speak to this item in the gallery? Okay, no one has approached. Next one, A6, 2431 South 11th Street. Clerk, any comment for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands raised.
Would anybody like to speak to this item that is here in the gallery? Let the record show no one has approached. For A7, this is 54 South 20th Street. Clerk, any comment for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands raised.
Would anybody like to speak to this item that's here in person? Let the record show no one has approached. A8, 2930 North 59th Street. Clerk, did anybody send a comment for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands raised.
For the folks here in the gallery, would anybody like to speak to this item? Let the record show no one has approached. A10, 341 Richmond Avenue. Clerk, any comment for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands raised.
Okay, would anybody in the gallery like to speak to this item? Let the record show no one has approached. On A11, 903 Freeman Avenue. Clerk, is there a comment for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands raised.
Okay, for folks here in the gallery, would anybody like to speak to this item? Let the record show no one has approached. A12, 208 North Thorpe Street. Clerk, any comment for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands raised.
Okay, for folks in the gallery, would anybody like to speak to this item? Let the record show no one has approached. Last of the A's, A13, 1983 Wood Avenue. Clerk, any comment for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands raised.
Okay, for the folks here in the gallery, would anybody like to approach? Okay, let the record show no one has approached. Committee, that wraps up all of the A's. I know there's some items that have been or has there's been expressed opposition, and so I'm sure we've all noted that. Any general questions about any of the A items? Yes, Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe I missed it again. Did we call out for A4? I remembered in the discussion was a request for public comment mentioned on that one. I just don't recall.
Yes, I did do A4. I know I moved pretty fast, but I did A4.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for the A's? Is there a motion?
If okay, I would like to. A11. I would like to hold it or pull it or whatever the proper procedure is. A11 is the one in the Douglas Sumner neighborhood. And could we go to those comments? Yeah, because they haven't had any conversation with the neighborhood group. So I'd like to just request that we hold it over for that applicant to meet with the neighborhood group.
Is that a motion, Commissioner?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I would move that we hold it to the next neighborhood and community development meeting such that the applicant can meet with the neighborhood group.
Okay. And that would be just for that one. For the A's, are there any others that we would like to hold or like to do anything else with? Okay, is there a second on that motion
Second.
for A11? Second from Commissioner Hill. Okay, so there is a motion in a second to hold over A11 as presented there on the screen. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Hill,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
motion carries.
Okay, that leaves the rest of the items on A. Is there a motion for the rest of those items?
Move to approve.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, there was a motion by Commissioner Hill and a second from Commissioner Bynum to move on all of the other items from A1 to A13. We already put A11 on. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Hill,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
motion carries.
Okay. All right, we will just try to be alphabetically organized here. So let's just do the Bs and then we'll get to the property transfers. So, Mr. Sutton?
Thank you, Commissioner. For the Bs, we have two items, and these are our multifamily applications. First one is 410 Cambridge Street. They're looking to do 2 units, 3-bed, 2-bath, 1,500 square feet. This item was actually at the last NCD meeting we had, and you all wanted us to clarify on this. I believe the developer at first wanted to do duplexes, found out that the Rosedale master plan did not allow those, and so we went back and asked them, are you gonna do a zoning change, or if you want to do apartments or townhomes, you can build those by right? And the developer indicated that they would just do townhomes instead. And item B2 is at 2515 North 9th Street. This applicant is looking at doing 2 units, 3-bed, 2-bath, 1,200 square feet. And that concludes my B items.
Thank you so much. Let's do public comment. Clerk, was there a comment for B1, which is 410 Cambridge Street?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands raised.
Would anybody like in the gallery like to speak to this item? Let the record show no one has approached. For B2, which is 2515 North 9th Street. Clerk, any comments for that item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands raised.
Okay. For folks here in person, would anybody like to speak to this particular item? Let the record show no one has approached. Okay, so that has us at B1 and B2 that we have done public comment on. Committee, is there discussion or is there a motion? Okay, it's kind of at the same time. Commissioner Townsend and then Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you. Mr. Sutton, I just wanted a little bit more clarification about the type of housing proposed under B2. You said 2 units. Are these townhouses, duplexes?
To clarify, I'm pretty sure he's trying to do duplexes.
Duplexes, okay,
I
thank
can
you.
verify with the applicant, though.
Is the applicant here?
I don't believe so. I would just follow up with you
Oh.
tomorrow.
I do see the applicant is
I
here.
lied, he is here. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sir, if you would like to approach the microphone, we'll just need your name. The clerk has it.
Yes, my name is Don White. And duplexes I'm trying to build, I own 848, 849, which is like right behind that. And I also got a letter from the Parkwood Colony Group. They gave me their blessing. I met with the Karen Group on the 31st. Their president signed, gave me their blessing. So, and I also filed with planning and urban design to make sure the building fit if Parkwood was to extend their district. So, yeah, I'm just trying to get it done. I've been going at this for about like 2-3 years. And the last lot I got was deemed unbuildable. So trying to transition and get it done.
You answered all my questions. Thank you very much for your desire to build in that area, for crossing all your bases. It sounded like, I just wanted to know a little bit more about units. That was just kind of generic. So thank you for your desire to invest in the area. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no other questions. I move to approve B1 and 2.
Bynum second.
And before we take this motion, sir, thank you so much for being patient and your willingness to invest in our community. We really, really appreciate it. So thank you, thank you, thank you. There was a motion in a second. Well, hold on. It was to approve B1. 1 and 2. Oh, for all. Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure. And Commissioner Biden, you concur with your second. Okay, just wanted to make sure the clerk had that. Clerk, can you get the roll?
Roll call, Hill,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. This next portion of our land bank is kind of the change that we worked very, very hard on, and it took years to get to this point. Yard extensions and gardens. And so I know our staff has been working very, very hard, particularly to go after the areas that folks have been really, really wanting a yard extension for, or quite frankly, is unbuildable. We really have been trying to focus on the unbuildable parts of our community and dispose of those particular properties. And so I'll hand it off to you, Mr. Sutton, to keep the show on the road.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Before I get started on this, I do want to make a point. We received a comment from the Land Bank Advisory Board, basically stating that they support all the applications as long as they have support from their neighborhood groups. And they also would like to know if a property transfer application is not in a neighborhood group, they're recommending that we send the owner some type of visual notification. I did want to note that since that is from the Land Bank Advisory Board.
Thank you.
All right, so starting out.
Before you start, Mr. Sutton, you have a question, Commissioner
Just
Thompson?
wanted to clarify.
Bynum.
Thank you, Bynum at large one. So I just wanted to clarify what you just said. The Land Bank Advisory Board is requesting that it become policy, basically, that if there's no neighborhood group in the area, that what happens? That we notify nearby neighbors? And I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry for interrupting. It says, if property transfer application is not in registered neighborhood group, my recommendation is that the property owners be given visual notification.
The property owners, oh, like a sign, like the way we do our planning and zoning change of zone notifications, maybe. That must be what's being referenced. But Commissioner Davis, please refresh me, because without a neighborhood group in the area, there is policy around notification when there's no neighborhood group. Did we not build that into our revised policy updates?
Yeah, I mean, so right now, the way that the policy is written, and we have legal here to correct if need be, is the applicant will make every effort to reach out to the area neighborhood group. And so if there is no neighborhood area group that's there, then that applicant simply would not have to reach out. And that, quite frankly, is on purpose, because we want to encourage organized neighborhood groups. We have Livable Neighborhoods that does a lot of work. I see Mr. Talkin there from the NRC. And so we want to make sure and incentivize organization amongst our residents so that they know what's going on. But this is not a land entitlement process. We are not talking about a special use permit, change of zone, or anything like that. There's nothing quasi judicial that we are discussing. It's completely different. Hope that answers your question, Commissioner Bynum. Okay, please proceed, Mr. Sutton.
Thank you. PT1 is at 740 Sandusky Avenue. PT5 is at 1221 Ann Avenue. PT6 is at 1241 Ann Avenue. PT 7, 1872 North 38th Street. PT 8 is at South, 8 South 10th Street. And this application did get support. The only note from the Land Bank Advisory Board was they'll support it, but please limit any gravel paving or parking of cars. PT 9, 1744 Waverly Avenue. And this one also received a comment from OCP Neighborhood Group saying they will not oppose the request. They just ask that the soil be tested and that they comply with all the requirements set forth by the UG. PT 10, 1347 Roland Avenue. PT 11, 1411 Garfield Avenue. PT 12, 2234 Franklin Avenue. PT 15, 1846 North 26th Street. PT 17, 2010 Darby Avenue. PT 18, 2709 North Early Street. PT 19, 920 South 11th Street. PT 20, 3649 North 65th Street. PT 21, 1045 Oakland Avenue. And this one also received support from the neighborhood group from Strugglers Hill Roots neighborhood, just asking that the property be kept clean. PT 22, 2731 Walker Avenue. PT 23, 2238 South Mill Street. PT 24, 2817 North 21st Street. This application also received the same comments from OCP stating they support it. They just want them to get the soil tested and make sure they're following UG requirements with the lot. PT 25, excuse me, 5417 Douglas Avenue. This application received support from the neighborhood group. I think it's TCC. PT 26, 5409 Douglas Avenue, same thing, received support from the neighborhood group. PT 27 is 2074 Darby Avenue, and this is actually a commercial extension. And I want to make note that this right here is Heathwood Oil, and they actually already own this entire block. They approached us and said, would we be interested in giving them, not giving them, but providing those lots? It actually is a little outside of the policy normally, but again, since they already own the block and we didn't think anybody would be in a hurry to build houses there, we figured we would let you all make that decision. PT 29, 14 South James Street. This is also a commercial yard extension. PT 30 starts are excuse me, are gardens. And it's at 6147 Edith Avenue. Another garden, this one specifically said he will be doing urban ag at 3225 North 33rd Street. And the final for the property transfers is 1029 Walker Avenue. They're actually said they're going to try to do a vineyard here. And this was supported by Strugglers Hill Roots Neighborhood Association. This concludes all of my items for the property transfers. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to embark on this ambitious endeavor of getting public comment out of the way. So you all bear with me. That way, all of these items, we can decide what we want to do. So bear with me. So PT 1740 Sandusky Avenue, clerk, do we have any comment for that item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands raised.
Would anybody in the gallery like to speak to this item? Okay, let the record show no one has approached. PT 51221 Ann Avenue, clerk, have we received any comment?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands raised.
Okay. For the gallery, would anybody like to approach? Let the record show no one has. For PT 61241 Ann Avenue, did we receive a comment for that item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands raised.
Okay, for the public here, would anybody like to step up and speak to this item? Let the record show no one has approached. For PT 1872 North 38th Street, did we receive a comment for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands raised.
For the public here, would anybody like to speak to this item, PT 7? Let the record show no one has approached. For PT 8 South Street, any comment for this item?
No comments received. No,
Any hands raised online?
no hands raised.
Okay, for the public here, would anybody like to speak to this item? Let the record show no one has approached. For PT 1744 Waverly Avenue, any comment for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands raised.
Okay, for the public here, would anybody like to speak to this item? Let the record show no one has approached. For PT 1347 Roland Avenue, any comment for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
No, we do have one hand raised.
Okay,
Andy Leonard Caldwell.
all right, can we
Daniel,
unmute?
unmute.
Good evening, Candy Leonard Caldwell, Kansas City, Kansas. OCP did put in opposition to 1347 Roland Avenue. No one has contacted the organization. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Candy. We will go ahead and make note of that. Give me 1 second here. And this is PT 1347 Roland. Okay. All right. Any other hands raised online, clerk?
No other hands raised.
Okay. PT 11, oh, excuse me. For the folks here in the gallery, would anybody like to approach to speak to this item? PT 1347 Roland Avenue. Let the record show no one has approached. For PT 11, that is 1411 Garfield Avenue. Clerk, did we get a comment for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands raised.
Okay. For the folks here in the gallery, would anybody like to speak for or speak to this item? Let the record show no one has approached. PT 2234 Franklin Avenue. Did we receive a comment for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands raised.
Would anybody in the gallery like to speak to this item? Let the record show no one has approached. PT 1846 North 26th Street. Clerk, did we receive this item? Or receive a comment for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands raised.
Okay, for the folks that are here in the gallery, would anybody like to approach for this item?
Okay, I'll go ahead and move to the next one. PT 17-2010 Darby Avenue. Clerk, do we receive a comment for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands raised.
Thank you so much. For the folks here in person, would anybody like to approach? Let the record show no one has come through. PT 18-2709 North Early Street. Clerk, any comment for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands raised.
Okay, for the folks here in person, anybody like to speak to this item? Let the record show no one has approached. PT 19-920 South 11th Street. Clerk, any comment for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
Hands raised.
Folks here in person who would like to speak to this item? Let the record show no one has approached. PT 20-3649 North 65th Street. Clerk, did we receive a comment for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands raised.
Okay. For the folks here in person, anybody like to speak to this item? Let the record show no one has approached. PT 21-1045 Oakland Avenue. Clerk, did we receive a comment for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
Hands raised.
Okay. For the folks here in person, would anybody like to speak to this item? Let the record show no one has approached. PT 22-2731 Walker Avenue. Clerk, did we receive a comment for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands raised.
Okay, folks here in person, would anybody like to speak to this item? Let the record show no one has approached. PT 23-2238 South Mill Street. Clerk, do we receive a comment for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands raised.
Okay, for the public, would anybody like to speak to this item? Let the record show no one has approached. For PT 24-2817 North 21st Street. Clerk, do we receive a comment for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands raised.
Okay, for the public here, would anybody like to speak to this item? Let the record show no one has. PT 25-5417 Douglas Avenue. Clerk, is there a comment for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands raised.
Okay. For the folks here in person, would anybody like to speak to this item? Let the record show no one has approached. PT 26-5409 Douglas Avenue. Clerk, did we receive a comment for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands raised.
For the folks here in person, would anybody like to speak to this item? No one has approached. PT 27-2074 Darby Avenue. Clerk, any comment for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
Hands raised.
Okay. For the folks here in person, would anybody like to speak to this item? Let the record show no one has approached. For PT 29-14 South James Street. Clerk, any comment for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands raised.
For the folks here in person, would anybody like to speak to this item? Let the record show no one has. Last stretch, y'all. PT 30-6147 Edith Avenue. Clerk, any comment for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands raised.
Okay, for the folks here in person, would anybody like to approach to speak? Let the record show no one has. PT 31-3225 North 33rd Street. Clerk, any comment for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
Hands raised.
Okay, for the folks that are here in the gallery, would anybody like to speak to this item? Let the record show no one has approached. Last item, PT 32-1029 Walker Avenue. Clerk, was there a comment for this item?
No comments received.
Any hands raised online?
Hands raised.
Okay, folks here in person, would anybody like to approach to speak to this item? Okay, let the record show no one has approached. Committee, thank you all. Public, thank you for going through that marathon. The public comment period has closed. So we have PT 1 through PT 32. I have noted what OCP has expressed, which is just for there to be some contact with that area neighborhood group for PT 10. Any comments, colleagues, on the PT items? Yes, Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. I'm going to highlight and ask some questions about PT 29 and also number 27, the 2074 Darby Avenue. And I think this was the one that is sought by Heathwood Oil. May just need some legal clarification about this. I thought the policy, well, tell me, is this policy with the yard transfers open to non-residential. Not that I have an objection necessarily to the request, but is this the method? Because I thought it was about property that was directly adjacent to a residential. That's not correct, or?
Legal, please.
Wendy Green with legal. No, section 6, which deals with yard extension, we also added on commercial lot extensions.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, and
And if you have detailed questions, the attorney, Mr. Peterson, he was here, but he had to leave. So he said if there's detailed questions that you need answered, he would request that it be held over. But if not, I mean, I could answer any legal questions.
you answered
Okay.
my question, and bless his heart, he'd been here since 5 o'clock. So thank you, Mr. Peterson, wherever you are, but no, you answered the question. The other question I had, again, kind of technical, at number 29, I see parenthetically, this 14 South James Street says UG owned lot, not land bank. Does there have to be a transfer to land bank somehow?
Yes, I believe there should be, and I think I made that comment when we had our staff advisory meeting. I'm not sure. So if anything, we would just need to add another step that first it be transferred to the UG and then it be transferred to the requester.
You mean to land bank?
Or land bank, I'm sorry. Yeah, from the UGB to the land bank and then from the land bank to the requester. If that's actually how it's titled, I think I looked at it and thought maybe it already was in the land bank, so we can double check. But if that is the case, correct, it would need to go from the UG to the land bank and then from the land bank to the requester would be the proper procedure.
Okay,
Because the land bank, the UG process for transferring property is different, obviously, than the land bank's process.
okay.
If I may add, just clarification, how did this, Mr. Knapp or Mr. Sutton, how did this end up in the land bank inventory or land bank options for applicants to choose from?
This was a UG owned lot that's out there on dot maps, and the owner of I don't know what the business is next to it. It's like a motorcycle shop or something.
Oh, that I don't know either.
It's like Moto something. Moto City got contacted with David Johnson. David Johnson talked to me, and we have done this in the past several times where somebody is requesting a UG owned lot. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I'm just slightly worried, particularly since we have a different process of UG owned land compared to land bank land.
And looking at this, it looks like it probably was land that had once been acquired for right of way. Looking at where it is in the convection of those different roads. Because I want to say I looked up how we got it when we were doing the staff advisory meeting. And I think it looked like the UG had owned it for quite a long, I couldn't tell how we had gotten it. But if it was to transfer per this process, that would be what would be needed, would be a transfer from the UG to the land bank first.
Gotcha.
And if it goes through the UG process, it would pass, we would make sure the value is less than 75,000. And if it is, then we would request permission from the in-district commissioner and the at-large commissioner for that area. And as long as they both approved, then our county administrator can sign off on it.
Okay. Commissioner Townsend, I know we kind of took your speaking time, but yes.
No, that's fine. I mean, that's what caught my eye about this, and what I would like to see is that, as you say, there were years, this new process, the new land bank policy was years in the making. So it would be, we want to be as consistent as possible. So what I would ask, just for this one, and this will save us time for some others, that, how do I identify this? PT 29, I guess, be held over for 1 month to clarify the status of it. And then we can better determine what policy to use. Maybe this one doesn't apply, maybe it does. I can't really tell from that too well, who the requester is, what's the adjoining land lot that is the requester here. So that would be my recommendation with this one only, and that would be my motion to hold PT 29 over for those details to be ferreted out and bring it back next month.
Okay. Commissioner, would you be amenable to, well, actually hold that motion? Because Commissioner Hill, I know you had something.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a question about PT 21. What was the comments on there? You mentioned something about Struggler's Hill, so I'm just trying to understand what were those comments.
Yes, Commissioner Struggles Hill is in favor of this. They're in favor of this application.
Okay,
Yes, so they
Okay, I
do support
got
this yard extension.
thank you.
Yes, as displayed. Yeah. Okay. If there's no other comments, I think we're ready to take action here. Commissioner Townsend, there was another application, PT 10, which is 1347 Roland, which OCP had mentioned the applicant needed to reach out to them. Would you be amenable to adjusting your motion to include PT 10 as well as PT 29 for a holdover so that both processes can take place?
I would, yes, PT 10, I would request be held over to allow the applicant time to contact the OCP neighborhood group concerning the request for the yard extension.
Okay, so just want to restate that motion would be a holdover for PT 29 and for PT 10.
Right, for the reasons stated.
Okay, is there a second?
Bynum, second.
Okay, clerk can get the roll.
Roll call, Hill,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
motion carries.
Okay, that leaves all of the other items for the PTs. Is there a motion?
Bynum, so move.
Davis, second. Clerk can get the roll.
Roll call, Hill,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
motion carries.
Thank you so much. Okay, we are done with the land bank applications. Our last item is for information only. Honestly, considering the hour that it is, I will leave it up to you all, staff here and colleagues. We can go through this presentation. It's on housing opportunities. It's a lot of really, really interesting information, but it's for information only, or we can come back and do it on the 30th. I don't know how long ED&F is gonna go, but yes, Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you. Questions. So where do I begin? It's 20 till 10. I made this request at AHS, the meeting that I chair, at least a month ago, and I'm going to ask staff again to please help us find a way to not be here on standing committee night at 20 till 10. I want to include in that request that is no disrespect to the land bank team, because this was remarkable and thank you. But Mr. Lucas, I don't know what that conversation looks like at the level of administration and staff. But the fact of the matter is, it's one thing if I started at 5 with a committee and then I kept going with a second committee that I serve on. I mean, it's still too long to be here this long, but the fact is, that's not how these committees are structured anymore. And the 3 out of 4 of us waited until I don't even remember what time we started this meeting, let alone staff and the public. So I just think that it's just getting a little bit ridiculous. I'll just use the word. So that's just a request that we please have a conversation at the administrative level about what, if anything, can be done to remedy this. It's not fair to staff. They have families and it's just not fair. Question for the land bank team. Did we have 32-yard extensions just simply because we just had been holding them and so we got a bunch of them processed?
Yes, Commissioner, that is correct.
Okay.
Next month is worse.
Oh, okay. Well, I hope next month I'm not doing that at 9:30 PM. And lastly, I would love to see the housing presentation. I don't know how long it is, but what I want more than that is to go home. So I guess I would make a motion. I guess I don't want to hear it next month if I have that many plus more. So I don't quite know what to do. I guess I'll just see what you all think.
Yeah, and we could do an abbreviated version of the presentation, get it done. I would say, honestly, I would give you all about 5 to 7 minutes. And then colleagues, you all can look at it on your own time. You can submit feedback back to staff just to avoid any coma deals. And then we can go from there. But again, open to questions. There's not that much to present. But it is some very important information and my brain is not 100%. Yes, Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you. I would like to see this held over because I've looked through it. I'm in the development mode in my area for several things. And for things yet to come, I do have more than 1 or 2 questions. So I would like to see this when I'm at another time, not fresh. And it is really not the fall, as everyone knows here, of land bank that we're here this late, because I can tell you when the meeting started, it was a few minutes after 8. So that meant the previous meeting was 3 hours. What we might consider, just to consider, is that maybe we don't do the property transfers every meeting, or we only do so many, or that we have the types of presentations like we have here, off times. If we do the presentations and we don't do all these transfers, maybe that might help. But thank you, staff, for what you have done and carrying out the new requirements or options under our new land bank.
Okay, and thank you for your words. So yeah, we can go ahead and move it to our meeting on the 30th and conclude tonight. I know Mr. Talkin was here to kind of help out and stuff, so I'm so sorry. And yes, we will also work on the property transfers and making sure that we're not so inundated. We probably just won't necessarily do as many for the following a meeting and adjust it. Granted, they had 4 items on ED&F and it was still 3 hours. And so there's only so much we can do on our end on agenda review to try to mitigate how long this goes, but duly noted. And if staff can note that as well, just so we can balance the amount of presentations versus property transfers. Yes, Commissioner Townsend.
Well, and the other thing that I would ask is that this presentation be moved to the earlier part of the agenda. I think we meet again in the same calendar month.
We do meet on the 30th. Okay.
So that would be a recommendation that the housing opportunities presentation be moved earlier up in that process. So, thank you.
Okay. Duly noted. Thank you all so much. We're still trying to learn with the new policy and everything else, but that's really good feedback. Okay. So we will not do the housing presentation. So we don't need a vote or anything for the information only item. Okay, good. Okay. I just need a motion to adjourn.
Fine, I'm so moved.
Is there a second?
Townsend, second.
Okay, clerk can get the roll.
Roll call, Hill,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
motion carries.
Okay, thank you all so much. Really appreciate your time. We will do the housing presentations first next week. Have a good night.